The sky tore open above Necromunda. Not with thunder, not with fire, but with silence so absolute that even the screaming hive city held its breath. Those who witnessed it would later speak of a wound in reality, a fracture where light bled through darkness like gold through stone. In the underhive, where hope had long since turned to ash, 1,000 faces lifted toward the impossible radiance. The light carried no heat, no sound, only the weight of something ancient returning to a world that had forgotten its name. The gangers stopped mid-battle, their crude weapons falling slack in calloused hands. The arbitrators ceased their brutal enforcement, their shock mauls dimming as power cells failed in the presence of something beyond their understanding. Even the rats that fed on corpses in the shadows paused, their black eyes reflecting a brilliance they could not comprehend. High above the manufactorum districts in the spire, where the planetary governor conducted his endless rituals of bureaucracy and fierce servo skulls dropped from the air like mechanical rain. Their anti-grav units simply ceased, as if the very laws that governed their flight had been suspended by an authority greater than the Mechanicus itself. The astropaths felt it first. In their sanctum, beneath the governor's palace, 17 psychically gifted souls screamed as one. Blood ran from eyes that had long since been sealed with holy wax and burned with sacred flames. They clutched at their heads, trying to shield minds trained to navigate the turbulent madness of the warp from something that existed outside its terrible logic. One by one they fell. Their sources, those fragile flames of consciousness that connected them to the Astronomicon and through it to Holy Terra, it's not consumed by demonic corruption, not twisted by the touch of chaos, but simply extinguished by the presence of something that existed in defiance of every rule they had been taught to understand. The youngest among them, a girl barely 16 years into her service, managed to gasp out a single phrase before her mind shattered completely. Light without shadow. Power without source. He walks. Then she too collapsed, joining her brothers and sisters in a silence that would prove permanent. The tech priests of the Mechanicus Enclave noticed the disruption 17 seconds later. Their instruments, blessed by the Omnissiah and maintained with religious precision, began reporting readings that should not have been possible. Energy signatures that matched no known classification. Wavelengths that existed outside the standard electromagnetic spectrum. Power levels that exceeded the output of the hive's primary reactors by orders of magnitude, yet produced no heat, no radiation, no measurable effect, save for existence itself. Magos Dominus Carvex Vex 9 stared at the data scrolling across his visual feed with something approaching what baseline humans might have called confusion. His augmented mind enhanced by centuries of technological integration and blessed by the machine. God's wisdom could find no framework to process what his sensors insisted was real. Impossible, he voxed to his assembled subordinates. The laws of thermodynamics do not permit such phenomena. The warp signature is absent. No psychic resonance detected. Yet power manifestation continues to increase. A younger tech priest, her biological components still outnumbering her mechanical enhancements, dared to speak. Magos, perhaps we are witnessing something beyond current theoretical models. The Carvex turned his optical sensors toward her red lenses, whirring as they focused. Heretical speculation serves no function. We will dispatch investigatory units and recalibrate our instruments. The data will conform to known parameters once measurement errors are corrected. But even as he spoke with the certainty of one who had spent 4 centuries studying the machine spirits, a small subroutine in his augmented consciousness whispered a truth he could not acknowledge. This was no measurement error. Something had arrived on Necromunda, that existed outside the careful categories into which the Mechanicus had divided all of reality. In the lower hive, where the light had first pierced the perpetual gloom, a crowd began to gather. They emerged from the manufactorums and the hab blocks, from the places where they had been born and would die without ever seeing the surface of their own world. They came because the light called to them with a voice that required no words. Among them was a child no more than 7 years by Terran standard, though the malnutrition and toxic air of the underhive made such calculations uncertain. She had been born into servitude in the corpse starch processing facility, her small hands perfect for reaching into the machinery when the grinders jammed with human remains. She had no name that anyone bothered to use, only a serial number tattooed across her shaved scalp. She pushed through the crowd of adults, driven by something she could not name. The light drew her forward, and for the first time in her short, brutal life, she moved with purpose rather than command. The crowd parted before her, though none could have said why. Perhaps they sensed something of what was to come. Perhaps the light itself guided their movements. Or perhaps in that moment some fragment of the humanity that the Imperium had spent 10,000 years crushing into submission stirred in their collective consciousness. The child reached the center of the square where the light had fallen. There, standing amid the industrial waste and human filth that carpeted every surface of the underhive, stood a man. He appeared young, though age seemed an inadequate concept to apply to his presence. Black hair framed features that were simultaneously ordinary and absolutely transcendent. His clothing was strange, a white uniform marked with symbols that belonged to no imperial organization, no Xenos empire, no pattern recorded in any archive of the Administratum. His eyes, red as fresh blood, yet holding no malice, gazed across the assembled crowd with an expression that might have been sadness. The child stopped 3 paces from him, her malnourished body swaying with exhaustion and something that might have been awe. The man looked down at her, and when he spoke, his voice carried across the square without effort, heard by all, yet somehow intimate, as if he spoke to each listener alone. "You are afraid." It was not a question. The child nodded, unable to speak, though whether from fear or wonder, she could not have said. The man knelt, bringing himself to her eye level. The movement was fluid, graceful, in a way that no human body should have been capable of achieving. Up close, the child could see that his red eyes held depths that seemed to extend beyond the physical gazing, not at her face, but through it to something deeper and more fundamental. "Do you know why you are afraid?" he asked. The child found her voice thin and cracked from years of breathing toxic fumes. "Because we must be. The Arbites say so. The priests say so. The Emperor protects those who fear properly." Something flickered across the man's face. Not anger, not contempt, but a kind of profound disappointment that seemed to encompass more than just the child's words. It was the look of someone who had traveled an impossible distance to deliver a message, only to find that the language needed to convey it had been deliberately forgotten. "Fear is a tool," he said softly. "A cheap one. Easy to manufacture, easy to apply, requiring no skill and no thought. But like all cheap tools, it breaks what it is meant to build." He reached out, and the child flinched, expecting pain because pain was what reaching hands always brought. But his touch, when it came, was gentle beyond her experience. His fingertips brushed her forehead where the serial number marked her as property of the Imperium, and warmth spread through her body like nothing she had ever known. The chronic pain in her joints from early onset arthritis, the burning in her lungs from years of toxic air, the constant ache of malnutrition, all of it faded, not healing through medicine or the Emperor's blessing, but simply ceasing to exist, as if her body had been shown what it should be and decided to become that instead. The child gasped, tears cutting clean tracks through the grime on her face. Around the square, others began to murmur, the sound building like the first rumble of an avalanche. The man stood, his attention shifting from the child to the crowd. When he spoke again, his voice carried further, reaching those who watched from windows and doorways, from catwalks and service tunnels. I did not come to rule you. I did not come to save you. I came because this world has forgotten something fundamental, and in forgetting it, has committed itself to endless suffering. He paused, and in that silence the crowd felt the weight of his regard. You have been taught that fear is strength, that suffering is virtue, that hope is heresy. But I tell you, this fear is the cheapest currency of power, and you have been trading in it for so long that you have forgotten the value of what you surrendered. In the crowd, an arbiter found his voice, his training overriding the instinctive paralysis that gripped his comrades. You speak heresy. In the name of the God Emperor, I order you to submit to arrest. The man turned his gaze toward the arbiter, and the officer felt his weapon grow suddenly heavy in his hands. Not physically heavier, but weighted with a significance he could not name. He looked down and saw his shock maul blessed by the ecclesiarchy, and maintained according to regulation, rendered utterly irrelevant by whatever stood before him. I respect your duty, the man said, and there was no mockery in his voice. You seek to protect these people from corruption and chaos, a noble purpose. But tell me, arbiter, if fear of punishment is all that holds your civilization together, what happens when something arrives that you cannot punish? The arbiter tried to raise his weapon, tried to fulfill his function as he had been trained and augmented to do. But his arms would not obey. Not because they could not, but because some part of him, buried deep beneath layers of conditioning and chemical enhancement, recognized that raising a weapon against this entity would be like striking at a star with a stick. Possible in theory, meaningless in practice. The man turned away from the arbiter, dismissing him not with contempt, but with a kind of gentle finality, and walked deeper into the square. The crowd parted before him, and as he passed, people found themselves weeping without understanding why. Some reached out to touch the white fabric of his strange uniform, and those who succeeded reported later that the material felt like nothing they had encountered before. Not cloth, not armor, but something that existed between states solid, yet somehow not entirely present in the material world. Behind him, the child he had touched stood straighter than she had ever stood. The pain that had been her constant companion since birth remained absent, and in its place was something she had no name for. Not happiness, for she had never learned that word. Not hope, for that was a heresy. But something warm and solid and real, like bedrock beneath quicksand. High above in the spire, the Mechanicus instruments screamed with data that refused to conform to any known pattern. Tech priests began the laborious process of physically inscribing their findings onto blessed parchment for electronic records, corrupted themselves when attempting to capture measurements of the phenomenon below. In the astropathic sanctum, servitors began the grim task of removing the bodies of those whose minds had shattered. The youngest, the girl who had spoken of light without shadow, was found to be still breathing, though her eyes showed no recognition of the world around her. The medici who examined her reported that her brain activity suggested she was perceiving something, but in wavelengths and dimensions that human neurochemistry was never designed to process. The Inquisition was alerted 17 minutes after the initial manifestation. Across the sector, agents of the Holy Ordos began converging on Necromunda, their ships tearing through the warp with unusual urgency. Something had arrived in the Imperium, something that existed outside the careful categories of Xenos, heretic, and demon. something that would require investigation, analysis, and quite possibly elimination. But in the Underhive, among the people who had lived their entire lives in the Emperor's shadow, a different process had begun. They looked at the stranger who walked among them, and they saw something they had been taught was impossible. Not a god for gods demanded worship and sacrifice. Not a savior for salvation was the exclusive province of the Emperor. But something else. Something that their language had no words to describe. A person who possessed absolute power and chose to use it gently. Who could have commanded and instead conversed. Who saw their suffering not as necessary sacrifice for humanity's survival, but as a failure of imagination and courage by those who claimed to protect them. The stranger walked through their city, and where he walked, the darkness seemed less absolute. Not banished for darkness could not be banished from Necromunda, any more than fear could be extracted from the Imperium. But acknowledged, recognized, and in that recognition, somehow diminished. The Arbites who had been dispatched to apprehend him found themselves unable to approach, not because of any barrier or force field, but because the closer they came, the more clearly they understood that their weapons, their authority, their entire apparatus of control had no purchase on this entity. They might as well have been threatening the concept of mathematics or demanding that gravity submit to arrest. The ecclesiarchy priests who attempted to denounce him found their voices failing not from any physical impediment, but from a sudden crushing awareness that their words were hollow, that they spoke of the Emperor's love while administering his cruelty, preached his protection, while enabling suffering that even their own doctrine acknowledged as evil when perpetrated by Xenos or heretics. By the time the sun set over Necromunda, though those in the Underhive had never seen the sun and would not know it. If they did, the stranger had walked through 16 districts. In his wake, he left no destruction, no corruption, no taint of the warp. Only people who stood a little straighter, who looked at each other with less fear and more recognition. Who dared to imagine, if only for a moment, that the universe might contain possibilities beyond endless war and suffering. In the planetary governor's chambers, Lord Executor von Hester reviewed the reports with hands that trembled despite his augmented nervous system. He had ruled Necromunda for 43 years, maintained production quotas through famine and plague, crushed 17 rebellions, and sent 12 billion souls to labor in the Emperor's name. He understood fear as a tool and wielded it with the precision of a master craftsman. But this was something beyond his understanding. An entity that rejected fear, not through courage or foolishness, but through a kind of fundamental disconnect from the logic that governed the Imperium. He reached for the Voxcaster that connected him directly to the sector command. His message would take weeks to arrive, traveling through the treacherous currents of the warp, but it had to be sent. Alert classification highest priority. Phenomenon detected on Necromunda. Nature unknown. Psychic null yet power positive. No warp signature yet reality manipulation confirmed. Requesting immediate intervention. Entity designate unknown. Threat level catastrophic. He paused, his finger hovering over the transmit key, and added one final line that he knew would mark him as potentially compromised in the eyes of his superiors. Personal assessment. This is not an invasion. This is something worse. This is a question we cannot answer. Far below in the Underhive, where the light had first fallen, the stranger called Anos Voldigoad stood in the ruins of an ancient temple to the machine god. Around him the people had gathered again, drawn by something they could not name, and would. He looked up toward the distant spire, toward the powers that would soon come to test him, to judge him, to attempt to categorize him within their ancient and inflexible framework. His expression held no challenge, no threat, only a kind of patient certainty. They would come. They would demand answers. They would attempt to make him fit their understanding of reality, or failing that to eliminate him as they had eliminated so many other anomalies that threatened the Imperium's carefully maintained order. And when they came, he would show them something they had spent 10 millennia trying to forget. That power without cruelty was possible. That strength without fear could endure. That humanity might survive through means other than grinding its own people beneath the machinery of eternal war. The light around him began to fade, not dying, but withdrawing, conserving itself for what was. The child he had healed stood at the crowd's edge, her hand pressed to her forehead where his touch had unmade her serial number, leaving only smooth skin where property marks had been carved. She did not understand what she had witnessed, could not grasp the implications of an entity that existed outside the Imperium's logical framework. But she knew with the certainty of one who had been shown a truth too fundamental to doubt that nothing would ever be quite the same. The stranger had come, and in coming he had committed an act more revolutionary than any rebellion, more dangerous than any heresy. He had offered kindness to those who had been taught that kindness was weakness, strength to those who had been told that suffering was strength, and hope to those who had learned that hope was the first step toward damnation. Above Necromunda, the warp began not with the familiar madness of chaos, but with something new. Something the ancient entities that dwelt in its depths could not quite categorize, a disturbance that felt like a question being asked of the universe itself. What happens when absolute power encounters absolute compassion? When a being exists who can destroy anything, yet chooses to heal instead? When kindness becomes not weakness, but a force more implacable than any cruelty? The Imperium of man, that vast edifice built on 10,000 years of fear, suffering, and necessary evil, was about to discover the answer. And it would not be prepared for what it learned. The Hab block collapsed at 3 hours past midnight, by the reckoning of those who still counted such things. 17 stories of corroded metal and decaying rockcrete home to 4,000 souls who had lived and died without ever knowing the sky existed. The collapse was not unusual. Necromunda consumed its children with mechanical regularity, and the Administratum recorded such losses with the same dispassion they applied to equipment failures. What was unusual was that no one died. The emergency klaxons had barely begun their wailing when figures emerged from the darkness, moving with purpose that defied their malnourishment and exhaustion. They were the ones who had stood in the square, who had seen the stranger and felt his touch, if only through the ripples of his presence. They organized themselves without orders, without hierarchy, driven by something that the Imperium had spent millennia trying to extinguish. The memory of kindness. They dug through rubble with bare hands and improvised tools, calling out in the darkness, listening for responses. When they found survivors, they did not calculate whether the rescue was worth the resource expenditure. They simply pulled them free and moved to the next burial site, working through the night with an intensity that would have impressed even the most zealous servants of the throne. By dawn, when the Arbites finally arrived to catalog the dead, they found instead a crowd of exhausted workers surrounding rows of injured but living citizens. The medical supplies they had scrounged would not have been sufficient by any reasonable calculation. Yet somehow there were enough bandages, enough clean water, enough functioning stim packs to keep the wounded stable until proper medics could be summoned. The Arbite's sergeant in charge of the detail, a man whose augmented eyes had witnessed 73 years of Necromunda's casual cruelty, found himself unable to write the expected report. His hand, steady enough to execute suspected mutants without hesitation, trembled as he tried to categorize what he was seeing. Cooperation, selflessness, hope. 3 things that should not exist in the Underhive, yet here they were manifested in a population that should have been looting the corpses rather than extracting the living. He voxed his superior with a message that would be forwarded through 7 levels of command before reaching someone willing to acknowledge its implications. The contagion is spreading. Anos walked through the industrial sector as morning shift began. Though morning was a concept that held little meaning in the perpetual twilight of the underhive. Around him, workers filed toward their stations, their movements, the shuffling automation of those who had long since accepted that life was merely the interval between birth and death to be endured rather than experienced. He stopped at the entrance to a corpse starch processing facility, watching as children no older than 8 were herded into the building by overseers whose shock prods left burn marks on exposed skin. The facility's purpose was simple and grotesque: convert the dead into nutrition for the living, closing the loop of Necromunda's ecological collapse with industrial efficiency. The overseer noticed him standing there, this stranger in white, whose presence seemed to draw the eye despite his stillness. The man's hand moved toward the pistol at his belt. In that gaze, red as spilled blood, yet holding no threat, and the overseer saw something that made his weapon feel obscene. "This work is necessary," the overseer said, his voice carrying the defensive edge of one who has repeated the same justification so many times it has worn grooves in his conscience. "The Emperor provides, but we must do our part. Without the processing facilities, millions would starve." Anos did not respond immediately. He simply watched as a child small enough that her head barely reached his waist was shoved through the facility entrance by a man whose augmented strength made the push seem casual but left her sprawling on the filth-encrusted floor. "Necessary?" Anos repeated, his voice quiet yet somehow carrying across the industrial din. A word that has justified 10,000 years of atrocity. "Tell me, do you believe the Emperor in his wisdom could conceive of no better system than feeding children to the dead and the dead to the children?" The overseer's face flushed with anger and something that might have been shame. "You speak heresy. The Emperor's design is perfect. It is our implementation that fails, our weakness that necessitates such measures." "Then your Emperor is crueler than any demon," Anos said, and the words fell into the space between them like stones into still water. "For demons, at least, are honest in their malice. They do not demand you call evil good suffering mercy, or systematic brutality necessary sacrifice." The overseer's hand completed its journey to his pistol, but the weapon remained holstered. Not from fear, though fear was certainly present, but from a sudden paralysis of certainty. Everything he had been taught, every scripture he had memorized, every justification he had constructed, all of it suddenly felt hollow in the presence of this stranger's absolute conviction. Anos turned away from the overseer and walked toward the facility entrance. The guards moved to block him, their shock prods crackling with electrical charge, but their formation broke as he approached. Not from any visible force, but from the simple recognition that attempting to bar his path would be like trying to arrest the tide. Inside the facility, the children worked among the machinery, their small hands perfect for reaching into spaces where corpses had become lodged in the grinding mechanisms. The air was thick with the smell of decay and the chemical accelerants used to break down human remains into something approximating nutrition. Overseers walked between the workstations, their shock prods ensuring that productivity remained within acceptable parameters. Anos stopped in the center of the facility floor, and silence spread from his position like ripples on water. The machinery continued its grinding operation, but the human sounds, the shouts of overseers, and the quiet sobbing of children all ceased as his presence registered. "Stop," he said. And though he did not raise his voice, the words seemed to carry weight that transcended mere sound. The overseer, who had followed him inside, emboldened by the familiar territory and the presence of his armed colleagues, stepped forward. "You have no authority here." This is a licensed facility operating under charter from the administratum itself. Leave now, or we will use force." Anos looked at the man with something approaching pity. "Force. Another word your empire treasures. Tell me, when you use force against children, against those who cannot resist, does it make you feel strong? Or does it simply make you feel less weak?" He raised his hand, a gesture so simple it should have been meaningless, and the machinery stopped. Not through damage or malfunction, but through simple cessation, as if the mechanical spirits that animated it had been shown a truth that made continued operation impossible. In the sudden silence, the children looked up from their work, their faces marked with the toxic residue of their labor. Some were crying, but silently, for crying too loudly brought punishment. Others simply stared with the blank expression of those who have learned that feeling leads only to pain. Anos walked among them, his white uniform somehow remaining pristine despite the filth that coated every surface. He stopped before a boy whose hands were burned from reaching into machinery, still hot from chemical reactions. The child flinched, expecting a blow. But Anos simply knelt and took the damaged hands in his own. Light bloomed between his palms, soft and golden. Nothing like the harsh, artificial illumination that bathed the facility. The burn's faded skin regenerating in seconds, not through medical intervention, but through something more fundamental. As if the boy's flesh had been shown what it should be, and decided to become that instead. The child stared at his healed hands, then up at Anos, and something like wonder flickered in eyes that should have been incapable of such expression. "You are not property," Anos said, his voice carrying to every child in the facility. "You are not resources to be expended. You are people worthy of dignity and care, regardless of what those who exploit you have taught you to believe." He raised his shock prod and brought it down toward Anos's back, the weapon crackling with enough electrical charge to kill an unaugmented human instantly. The prod stopped a hand's breadth from Anos's shoulder, frozen in space as if time itself had rejected the action. The overseer strained against the invisible resistance, his augmented muscles bulging with effort. But the weapon would not move forward, and he could not pull it back. Anos stood turning to face the man with an expression of profound disappointment. Violence. The final resort of those who have run out of arguments and intelligence both. I had hoped to avoid this demonstration. But it seems your empire has forgotten how to learn without pain. He reached out and touched the shock prod. The weapon did not shatter or melt. It simply ceased to be a weapon, its circuitry rearranging itself into patterns that would make any tech priest weep with confusion. What remained was a tool for construction, rather than destruction, a welding implement that could join rather than harm. The overseer stumbled backward, staring at his transformed weapon with the expression of a man who has just watched the fundamental laws of reality rewrite themselves. "You are demons," he whispered, the accusation carrying more fear than conviction. "Sorcery, corruption, the taint of chaos." Anos shook his head slowly. "I am not a demon. I am simply someone who refuses to accept that cruelty is the only viable currency of power. Your Imperium has constructed an elaborate mythology to justify 10,000 years of systematic brutality. It teaches that suffering is noble, that hope is heresy, that kindness is weakness. But I tell you, you can remain here, continue this work. Accept that this is the natural order of things. Or you can walk out of this facility and discover what else you might be, if given the chance to be anything other than expendable components in someone else's machinery of survival." For a long moment, no one moved. The children looked at each other, then at the overseers, their conditioning warring with the sudden possibility that had been offered. It was the boy with healed hands who moved first. He stood his small frame straightening with something that might have been dignity and walked toward the facility exit. Another child followed, then another, until a stream of small bodies flowed past the paralyzed overseers toward the doorway and the world beyond. The overseer who had struck at Anos found his voice, though it emerged as a broken thing. They will die. Without this work, you have condemned them. Then your administratum is evil, Anos said simply. And evil systems do not deserve to persist merely because their removal causes temporary inconvenience. These children will survive because I will ensure they do. And in surviving, they will become living proof that your empire's foundational assumptions are lies. He walked toward the exit, following the stream of children, and the overseers parted before him like grass before wind. Behind him, the transformed machinery sat silent, its purpose inverted, waiting for hands that would use it to build, rather than grind away the evidence of mortality. Outside, a crowd had gathered. Word of the stranger's actions had spread through the underhive with a speed that would have alarmed any competent member of the Inquisition. Not through Vox or data stream, but through the old human method of story and witness, each telling adding layers of interpretation, but preserving the essential. Something had arrived in Necromuma that could not be controlled, could not be categorized, and most dangerous of all, could not be made to fit into the careful framework of fear that held the Imperium together. The Arbites arrived in force, 20 officers in full riot armor, backed by a pair of sentinel walkers whose multi-lasers tracked Anos with mechanical precision. The crowd scattered their brief moment of courage, evaporating in the face of familiar authority. Anos remained standing in the street, the children clustering behind him like small satellites orbiting a sun. The lead arbiter stepped forward, his amplified voice carrying the weight of 10,000 years of law. You are under arrest for heresy, sedition, and corruption of imperial citizens. Submit immediately, or lethal force will be authorized. Anos looked at the arbiter, at the weapons arrayed against him, at the sentinel walkers that could reduce him to ash with a single sustained burst. Then he smiled an expression of such gentle amusement that it seemed out of place in the grim reality of the underhive. I respect your dedication to duty, he said. But you should understand something before you proceed. I did not come to this world to fight. I came to teach. The lesson I offer is simple: fear is not strength. Authority without justice is merely organized thuggery, and power used to crush the weak does not make you strong. It simply makes you a coward with resources. He took a step forward, and every weapon in the Arbite's formation activated simultaneously. Targeting reticules locked onto his center mass. Fire solutions calculated optimal overlapping fields to ensure complete vaporization. Triggers tensed, awaiting the command to reduce this anomaly to its constituent atoms. The command did not come. The lead arbiter found himself not from any external force, but from a sudden crushing awareness that giving the order would not result in the stranger's death. It would result in revelation, and that revelation would shatter something in the arbiter that no amount of conditioning could repair. The certainty that the Imperium's way was the only way. That there existed no alternative to 10,000 years of calculated cruelty. That humanity's survival necessitated the systematic brutalization of its own people. All of it, every justification he had ever learned, suddenly felt fragile in the presence of this entity, who stood unarmed before 20 weapons yet radiated no fear, no anger, no uncertainty. Only a kind of patient inevitability, like stone weathering against the ocean. The moment stretched pregnant with violence that somehow could not be borne. Then one of the sentinel pilots, perhaps less conditioned than his fellows, Magos Dominus Carvex, has requested the subject be taken intact for examination. Inquisitorial authority supersedes standing arrest protocols. It was a lie, or at least a premature interpretation of orders that had not yet been given. But it provided the exit that everyone present desperately needed. The Arbaisi lowered their weapons with visible relief, and the sentinels adjusted their stance from combat to escort posture. Anos inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the fiction they had all agreed to maintain. I will accompany you to wherever you believe answers can be found. But understand this, I am not your prisoner. I am your opportunity. The question is whether your Imperium possesses sufficient wisdom to recognize the difference. He began walking toward the Arbite's transport, the children flowing behind him like a tide. The Arbiter in command moved to block them, then stopped, recognizing that separating them from the stranger would require exactly the kind of violence that would prove every word he had spoken. The transport was designed to carry suspects in chains, crushed into minimal space, reminded with every breath that they had been reduced from people to problems awaiting solution. Instead, it departed Necromunda's underhive, carrying a stranger in white and 73 children, none in restraints, all sitting with a dignity that should not have been possible in such surroundings. Behind them, the corpse starch facility stood empty, its machinery silent, waiting for a purpose it would never fulfill. The overseers stood in the street staring at their transformed weapons, trying to understand what they had witnessed, and failing. Because understanding would require acknowledging that everything they had accepted as necessary was merely convenient. High above, in the spire where the planetary governor maintained his authority, Lord Executor von Hester received the report with hands that refused to remain steady, despite his augmented nervous system. The stranger was coming to him accepting conveyance to the very heart of imperial power on Necromunda, as if it were a courtesy rather than a capture. He voxed the Mechanicus, the ecclesiarchy, every authority he could summon, requesting their presence for what he knew would be an interrogation unlike any in his 43 years of service. Because this was not a criminal to be broken or a heretic to be purged. This was something that existed outside those categories, and confronting it would require every tool of manipulation and control the Imperium had developed over 10 millennia. He suspected it would not be enough. In the transport, as it climbed through Necromunda's vertical expanse toward the spire, Anos sat among the children and spoke softly of things they had never been taught to consider. That suffering was not virtue. That strength could be gentle. That a system which required the exploitation of children was not divinely ordained, but merely old and inflexible. The Arbites who guarded them listened, despite themselves their conditioning warring with the simple persuasiveness of what they heard. Not sorcery, not the honeyed lies of chaos, but straightforward observation delivered without anger or judgment. Merely the patient voice of someone who had... By the time they reached the spire, 3 of the Arbites had requested transfer to other duties, unable to articulate why. But knowing that continuing to serve in their current capacity would require them to do things they could no longer justify, even to themselves. The contagion was spreading just as the sergeant had warned. Not a plague of the body or corruption of the soul, but something more insidious and infinitely more dangerous to a civilization built on fear, the infection of hope. The interrogation chamber occupied the highest level of the governor's spire, a space designed to remind those questioned of their cosmic insignificance. Vaulted ceilings stretched into shadows that defied the harsh lumens, and the walls bore inscriptions in high Gothic detailing the emperor's judgment upon the heretic and the traitor. At the chamber's center sat a single chair, its restraints blessed by the ecclesiarchy and reinforced with technology the Mechanicus claimed bordered on archaeotech. Anos sat in it unbound because the first 3 sets of restraints had simply ceased to function when applied to him. Not through violence or obvious malfunction, but through a kind of technological despair as if the machine spirits had recognized the futility of their purpose and elected to withdraw from service rather than participate in the farce. Around him stood representatives of Necromunda's authority. Lord Executor von Hester, in his ceremonial robes, their weight a physical manifestation of bureaucratic power accumulated over decades. Magos Dominus Carvex Vex 2009. His augmented form bristling with sensors that reported data his mechanical mind refused to accept. Two arbitrators in full riot armor, their weapons drawn but held at rest, their faces hidden behind helmets that could not conceal their uncertainty. And standing slightly apart, as if proximity might constitute contamination, an ecclesiarchy priest, whose scripture-covered robes seemed to weigh more heavily with each passing moment. The priest spoke first, his voice amplified by vox augmetics to fill the chamber with divine authority. In the name of the God Emperor of mankind, you will identify yourself and state your purpose on this world. Anos regarded him with the same gentle patience he had shown the children in the underhive. My name is Anos Voldigoad. My purpose is simple: to demonstrate that the systems you have constructed to ensure humanity's survival are slowly destroying everything that makes humanity worth saving. The priest's face flushed with anger that his augmetics could not entirely conceal. Heresy. The Imperium has endured for 10,000 years through adherence to the Emperor's wisdom. You speak as though you possess greater insight than he who sits upon the golden throne. I speak as someone who has seen civilizations rise and fall, who has witnessed the cost of systems maintained through fear rather than wisdom. Anos leaned forward slightly, his posture. Tell me, priest, do you believe your emperor intended for children to be ground into food? For hope to be declared heresy for 10 billion humans to live and die without ever experiencing a moment of genuine joy? The emperor's design is perfect, the priest replied, but his voice carried less certainty than his words. It is humanity's weakness that necessitates such measures. We are besieged on all sides by Xenos traitors and the corrupting influence of chaos itself. Without strict discipline, without absolute adherence to doctrine, we would fall into darkness. You already dwell in darkness, Anos said quietly. You have simply become so accustomed to it that you mistake it for light. Lord Executor Hester raised a hand, forestalling the priest's retort. Enough philosophy. We require practical answers. What are you? Your biology reads as baseline human, yet you display capabilities that exceed even the most blessed of the Emperor's servants. No warp signature emanates from your person, yet you manipulate reality with ease that would shame a sanctioned psyker. Explain. Anos considered the question, weighing how much truth these men could process without shattering. I am what I appear to be: a person who has lived long enough and learned deeply enough to understand that power without compassion is merely organized cruelty. What you call impossible is simply what happens when you combine absolute strength with absolute refusal to harm unnecessarily. Impossible. Carvex interjected his mechanical voice flat, with the certainty of one whose understanding is built on mathematical proof. The laws of thermodynamics do not permit energy manipulation without measurable source. The Omnissiah's sacred ratios govern all existence. You violate fundamental principles that have held true since the universe's inception, or perhaps they are accurate, but limited, describing only the reality you have been taught to perceive, rather than the full scope of what exists. The Magos' optical sensors whirred with an intensity that suggested internal conflict. Heresy against the machine god. Knowledge that contradicts established theorems is corruption, not insight. Is it? Ano stood, and though no one had given permission, no one moved to stop him. Tell me, Magos, if your theorems prohibit what you are witnessing. What is more likely, that your eyes deceive you, or that your theorems are inadequate? He walked to the chamber's window, which overlooked Necromunda's industrial expanse. Smoke rose from 1,000 manufactorums, blotting out stars that most of the world's population would never see. You have built a civilization on fear because fear is easy to manufacture and simple to deploy. It requires no creativity, no intelligence, no particular skill. A child with a stick can generate fear in something smaller than itself. But what you have lost in your rush to embrace the cheapest tool available is the understanding that strength and kindness are not opposites. That one can possess absolute power and choose deliberately and consciously to use it gently. Pretty words, Hester said, his voice carrying the weariness of a man who has heard every justification and excuse that human minds can devise. But words change nothing. I have ruled this world for 4 decades. I have maintained production quotas through famine, through plague, through heretical uprising and Xeno's incursion. I have sent billions to their deaths in the Emperor's service, and I sleep soundly, knowing that each death purchased another day of humanity's survival. You offer philosophy as if it were a substitute for results. Anos turned from the window, his red eyes meeting Hester's augmented gaze. You sleep soundly because you have convinced yourself that the alternative to your cruelty is extinction. But I ask you this, Lord Executor, if humanity survives only by becoming the very thing it claims to oppose, has it truly survived? Or have you merely preserved the biological shell while murdering the soul? The silence that followed was broken by a sound none of them had expected. Laughter harsh and bitter from one of the arbitrators. The man removed his helmet, revealing a face lined with scars and an expression of profound exhaustion. He's right. The arbiter said, his voice rough with emotion, held too long in check. Emperor's mercy, I never thought I'd say it, but he's right. I've enforced the law for 30 years. 30 years of dragging children from their parents for the crime of being born with mutations. 30 years of executing civilians for the heresy of starving when food supplies failed. 30 years of telling myself it was necessary, that the alternative was worse, that someone had to make the hard choices. He looked at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. But I never asked whether the choices were truly hard or simply habitual. Whether we were protecting humanity or just protecting the system that employs us. Silence, Hester commanded, his voice sharp with alarm. You are compromised. Report to medical for psychological evaluation. Compromised? The arbiter repeated, his laughter returning with the edge of hysteria. Yes, I suppose I am. Compromised by the radical notion that children shouldn't be fed to machinery, that suffering shouldn't be mistaken for virtue, that maybe 10,000 years of systematic brutality wasn't the Emperor's vision, but our failure to imagine anything better. He dropped his weapon and walked toward the chamber exit. The second arbiter moved to stop him, then hesitated, his training warring with the same doubts that had driven his comrade to break. Let him go, Anno said, and though he held no authority in that room, somehow the words carried weight. He is not compromised. He is simply awake, perhaps for the first time in his life, and discovering that consciousness carries obligations that comfort does not. Hester's hand moved toward his sidearm, an ornate plasma pistol that had executed 17 conspirators and never failed its wielder. But his fingers stopped short of the grip, trembling with an emotion he could not name. What are you doing to us? He whispered, and for the first time since assuming command of Necromunda, his voice carried genuine fear. This is not sorcery. This is not the subtle corruption of chaos. This is something worse. You are unmaking the certainties that hold the Imperium together. I am simply existing, and my existence poses a question. Your empire cannot answer. What happens when power chooses compassion? When strength does not require cruelty? When someone possesses the ability to reshape reality and uses it to heal rather than harm? The priest found his voice, though it emerged strained. The emperor protects through strength. The strong must guide the weak, and guidance often requires harshness that sentiment would forbid. Then your emperor has failed, Anos said, and the words fell into the chamber like a stone into still water, ripples spreading outward in waves of implication. For 10,000 years he has sat upon his throne silent, while his servants have built an empire of systematic cruelty in his name. If he truly intended this, then he is no god worth serving. If he did not intend it, but cannot and if he is simply absent, indifferent to how his legacy is interpreted, then you are not servants of divinity, but prisoners of your own mythology. Heresy. The priest's voice cracked with rage and something that might have been desperation. You blaspheme against him who gave everything for humanity's survival. You spit upon the sacrifice of the Imperium's countless martyrs. You mock the very foundations of our faith. Anos shook his head slowly. I mock nothing. I merely observe what you refuse to acknowledge, that a civilization which requires constant sacrifice of its own people to survive is not sustainable. It is merely slow suicide dressed in the robes of necessity and blessed with the language of inevitability. Karvek stepped forward, his mechadendrites extending like the limbs of some metal spider. Enough dialogue. You will submit to examination. Your existence violates fundamental principles. We will determine how, and in determining how, we will learn how to replicate or eliminate you as circumstances require. You may try, Anos said, and something in his voice made even the Magos' machine spirits hesitate. But understand that examination requires consent, and I do not consent to be treated as a curiosity or a threat. I came to this world to offer a lesson. Whether you learn it through dialogue or demonstration is your choice. The Magos' manipulator arms reached forward, tipped with instruments designed to extract samples from unwilling subjects. They stopped a hand's breadth from Anos' skin, frozen not by visible force, but by the simple recognition that touching him would reveal truths the Mechanicus was not prepared to accept, that their understanding of reality was incomplete, that the Omnissiah's sacred ratios described only a fraction of existence, that 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge might be less than the first step of an infinite journey. The standoff held for 3 heartbeats. Then the chamber's vox crackled with a priority transmission that overrode all local communications. The voice that emerged carried authority that transcended planetary jurisdiction, reaching back through the chain of command to Holy Terra itself. This is Inquisitor Lord Xivian Tor of the Ordo Hereticus, speaking with the authority of the High Lords of Terra. All personnel are to maintain current positions and await my arrival. The subject designated Anos Voldigoad is to be taken into inquisitorial custody for transport to Terra. Any resistance to this order will be met with immediate sanction. Emperors will be done. The transmission ended, leaving silence that felt heavier than any preceding it. Transport to Terra. To the throne world itself, where the Emperor sat in his perpetual vigil, and the greatest minds of the Imperium convened to determine humanity's fate. Hester's face had gone pale beneath his augments. The High Lords themselves know, and they want you brought before the Golden Throne. Anos smiled an expression of such gentle certainty that it seemed out of place in the grim chamber. Then it seems my message has reached those capable of understanding its implications. Good. I had hoped to avoid intermediate steps, but your bureaucracy requires certain formalities be observed. You wanted this? The priest breathed, understanding dawning like sickness. From the moment you arrived, you have been orchestrating events toward this culmination. The children, the facility, the confrontation with our authorities. All of it calculated to force exactly this response. Not calculated, Anos corrected. Inevitable. You cannot control what you cannot categorize. And your Imperium, for all its accumulated wisdom and 10 millennia of experience, has no category for what I represent. So you do what any organization does when confronted with it. You escalate to higher authority, hoping that someone possesses understanding you lack. He walked toward the chamber exit, and this time no one moved to stop him. I will accompany your Inquisitor to Terra. I will stand before whatever tribunal you convene, and I will offer the same message I have offered here, that power without compassion is merely organized cruelty, and that any civilization requiring systematic brutalization of its own people is not worth the cost of its preservation. The door opened before he reached it, as if the chamber itself had decided to hasten his departure. Outside, the children he had freed from the corpse starch facility waited, their faces turned toward him with an expression of trust so absolute it seemed criminal. Anos paused at the threshold, looking back at the assembled authorities. You will consider what I have said, and questions once seated grow like all living things. Slowly, perhaps, but inevitably. What question? Hester asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Whether the Imperium you serve is the Imperium you believe you serve. Whether the cruelties you justify are truly necessary or merely habitual. Whether humanity's survival requires the death of humanity's soul, or whether that equation was always false, propagated by those who benefited from your despair. He stepped through the doorway, and the children fell into formation around him like an honor guard composed of those the Imperium had deemed expendable. Behind him in the interrogation chamber, 4 representatives of imperial authority stood in silence, each grappling with implications that threatened to unravel certainties they had spent lifetimes constructing. The arbiter who remained finally removed his helmet, revealing tears that his augmented eye. The priest's hands trembled as he clutched the holy icon at his breast lips, moving in prayers that felt suddenly hollow. Carvex's optical sensors flickered with cascading errors as his analytical systems attempted and failed to reconcile observed data with theoretical models. And Hester simply stood staring at the door, through which the stranger had departed, feeling the foundations of his worldview crack like ice under spring thaw. Outside the spire across Necromunda's industrial wasteland, the population stirred with rumors that would become legends. The stranger in white, who healed with a touch. The children freed from machinery designed to consume them. The Arbites who lowered their weapons. The authorities who could not restrain him. Stories that should have died in the underhive spread upward through the hive city's levels, carried by those who had witnessed and those who had merely heard, each telling, adding layers, but preserving the essence. Something had come to Necromunda that power could not control and fear could not diminish. Hope, that most dangerous of heresies, that most infectious of diseases, had found a vector that imperial authority could not quarantine. And now it would travel to Terra itself, carried by an entity who possessed absolute strength, yet wielded it with absolute gentleness, who could have conquered and chose instead to teach, who represented everything the Imperium claimed to protect, yet existed in defiance of every method the warp convulsed. In dimensions beyond human perception, in spaces where matter and energy became meaningless concepts, the entities that dwelt in Chaos's realm felt disturbance that defied their ancient understanding. They were gods, after a fashion born from the psychic emanations of sentient life, sustained by emotion and thought, and the desperate prayers of those who had nowhere else to turn. They had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. They had watched as the emperor forged his Imperium and seen it twist into the very thing he had sought to prevent. They had played the great game for eons, uncounted manipulating mortal affairs with the casual cruelty of children burning insects. But this was something new. Tzinch, the architect of fate, perceived timelines, collapsing futures, unmade plans, millennia, in the craft not destroyed, not altered, but rejected by reality itself, as if possibility had developed opinions and found those futures wanting. The entity that called itself the Changer of Ways convulsed with something approaching alarm, its impossible form shifting through configurations that would drive mortal observers mad. It reached into the time stream, seeking to understand, to predict, to manipulate, as it had manipulated all things since consciousness first sparked in organic minds, and found nothing. No future where the stranger called Anos Voldigoad acted as expected. No timeline where standard manipulation techniques achieved standard results. Only a kind of void, an absence of fate itself, as if this entity existed outside causality's reach. In its crystalline palace, Tzinch screamed with 9,000 voices, each one expressing a different facet of cosmic frustration. Khorne felt it too. The blood god whose throne was built on skulls and whose domain was sustained by endless war. It sensed the stranger's power, that absolute strength that could crush worlds and shatter realities, and it hungered. Such power should serve Khorne's purpose, should be turned toward glorious slaughter and eternal conflict. But when the blood god reached out to claim this soul, to mark it for corruption and service, its touch found no purchase. The stranger possessed power enough to drown the galaxy in blood, yet wielded it with such precision that not a single unnecessary death marked his passing. Combat without cruelty, strength without rage, victory without the intoxication of dominance. It was everything Khorne represented, inverted and made gentler. Not weakness for weakness the blood god could understand and exploit, but something more dangerous. Strength that chose mercy, power that declined to crush simply because crushing was possible. Khorne roared its frustration into the warp and demons across 10,000 battlefields, paused in their slaughter, feeling their god's confusion ripple through reality. Nurgle, grandfather of plagues, lord of entropy and inevitable decay, barely stirred from its garden where diseases bloomed like flowers and despair was cultivated with care. But even the plague god felt wrongness in the stranger's presence. Life that did not fear death, strength that did not corrupt or decay, healing, offered without cost or consequence. It was contrary to the fundamental nature of existence as Nurgle understood it. All things died. All things rotted. All things returned to the garden eventually. But this entity seemed to exist outside that cycle, neither alive nor dead in ways that mattered, neither growing nor decaying, but simply persisting with the inevitability of mathematics. And Slaanesh, youngest and most terrible of the Chaos gods, born from the screams of a dying race and sustained by excess in all its forms, reached out with particular hunger. Such perfection of form, such absolute confidence, such power wielded with such precision. Surely here was a soul ripe for corruption, ready to be shown, that power could be enjoyed rather than merely employed. But the Dark Prince's touch, like all the others, found no grip. The stranger possessed power, but seemed to take no pleasure in its application. Perfection of technique, but no narcissism. Absolute confidence without arrogance. He was everything Slaanesh craved, presented in a form Slaanesh could not comprehend or corrupt. Four gods, ancient beyond mortal conception, powerful enough to reshape reality through will alone, found themselves confronted with an entity that possessed all the qualities they embodied. Strength, change, endurance, perfection, yet combined them in ways that made mockery of their very nature. Power used for protection rather than domination. Change employed for healing rather than manipulation. Endurance without decay. Perfection without excess. It was impossible. It violated the fundamental laws they had observed since consciousness first flickered in mortal minds. Yet it existed, walking openly through the Imperium's territory, heading toward Terra itself, and the psychic beacon that was the Emperor's dying consciousness. In chambers beyond mortal comprehension, the four chaos gods convened in council, a thing that had not occurred since the Horus heresy 10,000 years prior. They who were enemies as much as they were allies, who spent eternity in conflict as much as cooperation, found common cause in the face of this impossibility. The stranger had to be stopped, not because he threatened to destroy them. They were beyond destruction, concepts given consciousness, ideas made manifest. But because his very existence posed a question they could not answer, and questions unresolved became doubts, and doubts allowed to fester, could poison even gods. If power could exist without corruption, if strength need not be cruel, if hope could persist without naivety, then what did that say about the nature of reality they had shaped through 10,000 years of patient manipulation? And if the Emperor, dying yet still conscious, in his golden throne should encounter this entity and learn what it represented, what then? Would the master of mankind, who had spent 10 millennia in suffering, learn that his suffering was unnecessary, that the Imperium he had built could have been different, better, kinder, yet still strong? The implications were intolerable. So the four gods of chaos prepared, each in their own way, for the arrival of Anos Voldigoad at Holy Terra. They would stop him, corrupt him, kill him, if such a thing was possible, or failing all else, ensure that his message died with him. Because the alternative, that hope could survive in a universe of endless war, was more terrifying than any enemy they had ever faced. The warp churned. Reality bent. And across the Imperium, psychers screamed as they felt the dark gods turn their full attention toward a single mortal soul heading toward humanity's cradle. The storm was coming. And this time, it would not be satisfied with merely consuming worlds. It would attempt to consume the very possibility of redemption itself. Terra burned with the light of 10 billion souls. Not literal fire, though flames certainly existed in abundance across the throne world's vast hive cities and endless manufactorums. But a different kind of burning, the psychic radiance of humanity's cradle, transformed over 10 millennia into something between fortress and shrine, between capital and prison. The Astronomicon blazed at its heart, that great psychic lighthouse powered by the daily sacrifice of 1,000 souls, guiding ships through the warp's madness with light purchased in blood. Around it sprawled the Imperial Palace, a structure so vast that entire nations could have fit within its walls, so ancient that its foundations predated recorded history, so sacred that to walk its halls was to tread upon the accumulated weight of humanity's suffering and glory both. Anos stood on the landing platform of the inquisitorial fortress 50 kilometers from the palace proper, and felt the weight of Terra's psychic presence pressing against his consciousness like an ocean against a levee. 10,000 years of prayer of faith twisted into fanaticism of hope, corrupted into fear of love, transmuted into duty. All of it focused consciously or otherwise toward a single point deep within the palace, where the Emperor sat upon his golden throne. The Inquisitor who had escorted him from Necromunda, Lord Xavian Tor, stood at a respectful distance. The man was ancient by any standard, save the Imperium's own, his face, a patchwork of augmetics and scar tissue, his eyes replaced with optical sensors that glowed with a faint amber light. He had spent the entire journey from Necromunda in silence, observing Anos. "You feel it," Tor said, breaking the silence they had maintained since making orbit. His voice carried the rasp of a Vox grill, damaged in some long-ago conflict. The weight of Terra. Most visitors are overwhelmed by it. Psychers often collapse on first exposure. Yet you stand unbothered, as if the accumulated faith of 10 billion souls weighs no more than morning mist. Anos turned from his contemplation of the distant palace. "I feel it. The desperation given form, the hope twisted into chains, the love corrupted into submission. All of it radiating from a single consciousness that has spent 10,000 years bleeding to maintain a lie." Tor's hand moved toward his plasma pistol, then stopped. A gesture he had repeated 17 times during their journey, each time recognizing the futility before completing the action. "You speak of the God Emperor. You will show respect, or you will be destroyed." "I speak of a man," Anos corrected gently. "A powerful man, perhaps the most powerful human who has ever lived, but still a man trapped in a prison of his own making, sustaining an empire that has become the very thing he fought to prevent." "You know nothing of his sacrifice," Tor said, and for the first time, emotion cracked through his professional detachment. "You were not there when the War Master fell. You did not witness his ascension to the throne. You cannot comprehend the burden he has carried for 10 millennia. "Perhaps not," Anos acknowledged. "But I have carried my own burdens, sustained my own people through wars that threatened to consume everything I valued. And I learned something your emperor apparently did not. That power employed to crush your own people is not protection. It is merely control dressed in the language of necessity." A detachment of Adeptus Custodes materialized around them, appearing with such suddenness that even Anos's supernatural senses barely registered their approach. They were the Emperor's personal guard, his gene-crafted guardians, warriors whose martial prowess exceeded even the legendary Space Marines. Clad in golden armor that seemed to drink the light-bearing guardians' spears that combined bolt weapons with power blades, they represented the pinnacle of human military achievement. Their leader, a warrior whose armor bore the marks of centuries of service, addressed Tor without acknowledging Anos's presence. "Inquisitor, the Council of the High Lords has convened. They will hear the anomaly's testimony before determining disposition." "Disposition." Anos repeated the word, carrying weight that made several custodians shift their stance infinitesimally. "An interesting term. Am I to be disposed of then, eliminated as a threat to the established order?" The custodian finally deigned to look at him, and Anos met golden lenses that revealed nothing of the man beneath. "You are an unknown variable in a system that cannot tolerate unknowns. You will be assessed. If you prove compatible with humanity's survival, you will be utilized. If not, you will be terminated. The Emperor protects. By threatening to murder those who question his methods," Anos asked genuine curiosity in his voice. "That is protection, or is it simply tyranny with a sacred mandate?" The custodian's guardian spear shifted fractionally, a movement so small, it might have been coincidence save that custodians did not move without purpose. "You will submit to judgment, or you will be destroyed where you stand." Anos considered the warriors arrayed before him. Each one was a masterwork of genetic engineering and martial training capable of fighting demons bare-handed and emerging victorious. Each one possessed strength that could shatter armor speed, that could intercept bullets, and skill honed through centuries of constant warfare. Together, they represented a force that could have conquered worlds in the Emperor's name. And they were absolutely, utterly irrelevant to whether Anos lived or died. "I will accompany you," he said, making the choice seem like courtesy rather than compliance. "Not because your weapons compel me, but because I came to Terra to speak truth to power. If your high lords will hear me, then dialogue serves everyone's interests better than demonstration." The custodian absorbed this, his enhanced mind-processing implications that might have escaped lesser men. This entity had just implied with perfect politeness that their weapons posed no threat. That submission was a choice rather than necessity, that he tolerated their authority rather than acknowledged it. In any other context, such words would have earned immediate execution. But the custodian had received orders directly from the Captain General himself. Bring the anomaly intact, if possible, but prioritize intelligence gathering over pride. And pride among the custodians was a luxury they could not afford when humanity's survival hung in the balance. "Follow," the custodian commanded, turning toward a waiting transport that bore the Emperor's personal seal. The journey to the Imperial Palace consumed 3 hours, though the distance could have been covered in minutes if speed were the only consideration. But approaching the palace required traversing layers of security, each one more elaborate than the last. Each designed to detect and eliminate threats ranging from conventional armies to chaos incursions. At each checkpoint, the same phenomenon repeated sensors designed to detect everything from warp taint to Xenos genetic markers simply failed to categorize Anos. Not malfunctioned, but returned null results as if their target existed in categories their programming had never been designed to accommodate. Tech priests at each station conferred in agitated binary cant, their confusion evident despite their mechanical nature. Some suggested recalibration, others proposed more invasive scanning. All were overruled by the custodians, who had received orders that superseded standard security protocols. Anos observed it all with patient interest, noting how the Imperium's elaborate security apparatus, built to detect every known threat, became paralyzed when confronted with something genuinely novel. It was a weakness born of age and inflexibility, the institutional sclerosis that afflicted all civilizations that prioritized tradition over adaptation. They passed through districts where millions lived in conditions that made Necromunda's underhive seem spacious. They traversed manufactorums, where servitors, humans reduced to mechanical components, labored in conditions that would kill unaugmented workers. They witnessed arbites executing suspected heretics in the streets, their trials consisting of accusation and sentence delivered in the same breath. And through it all, the people prostrated themselves, not in greeting, but in terror, flattening against walls and floors as the custodians passed, praying that their presence would go unnoticed by those who served the Emperor directly. Anos watched his expression unchanging, but something in his eyes suggested he was cataloging everything witnessed, building an indictment that would be delivered not with anger, but with the patient certainty of one who has seen enough to render judgment. The palace itself exceeded description. Walls that scraped the sky, bastions that could withstand orbital bombardment, gates that had never been breached in 10,000 years. Within its perimeter, the Emperor's will was absolute, enforced by warriors who knew no fear and machines programmed to identify heresy before it could manifest. They descended into the palace's heart through layers that grew progressively older and more sacred. Past chambers where the original Primarchs had planned the Great Crusade, through halls where the Emperor himself had walked when he still drew breath unassisted. Finally, they reached a chamber whose existence was not recorded in any but the most classified archives. The throne room where the Emperor sat in perpetual vigil. His consciousness stretched across the galaxy to maintain the Astronomicon. His physical form sustained by technology so ancient that even the Mechanicus could only maintain it through ritual rather than understanding. The doors were wrought from gold and adamantium, inscribed with words that would destroy any demon foolish enough to approach. They opened silently, revealing a space that defied architectural logic, seeming to extend infinitely in all directions, while simultaneously feeling cramped. At the chamber's center, elevated on a throne built from human suffering and technological desperation, sat the Emperor of mankind. He was not the golden god depicted in ecclesiarchy propaganda, not the radiant warrior shown in 10,000 years of artwork. He was a corpse, if corpses could think and dream and scream. His flesh was held together by machinery, his breath sustained by devices that pumped air into lungs that had forgotten how to function independently. His psychic presence, however, remained vast beyond comprehension, a consciousness so powerful that it held the warp at bay through will alone. Around the throne stood more custodians, along with tech priests who monitored readouts that determined humanity's survival. The air itself seemed to vibrate with barely contained energy, the psychic equivalent of standing at the edge of a star. Anos stepped forward, and every guardian in the room, but the Emperor raised one withered hand, a gesture that required effort, that would have killed an unaugmented human. And the custodian stood down. Then, for the first time in 10,000 years, the Emperor spoke with something approximating his true voice, not projected through intermediaries or filtered through the Astronomicon, but directly mind to mind, consciousness to consciousness. The words bypassed spoken language, entirely arriving as pure concept, impressed directly upon Anos's awareness. You are not of this reality. It was not a question. The Emperor's psychic sight, honed through wars against gods and demons, could perceive truths that lesser minds could only guess at. He saw Anos not as the Imperium saw him, not as human or Xenos or demon, but as something that should not exist according to the rules that govern this universe. Anos inclined his head, a gesture of acknowledgement rather than submission. I am not. I came from a place where power and kindness are not considered opposites, where strength does not require cruelty, where hope is not heresy. I came because I sensed a civilization consuming itself to survive, and I wondered whether anyone would listen if shown a different path. There is no different path, the Emperor responded, and his consciousness carried the weight of 10 millennia spent holding back the dark. I have seen every alternative. I have calculated every possibility. Humanity survives through strength alone. Compassion is luxury we cannot afford. Hope without power is merely pretension, awaiting inevitable correction. Then you have become the very thing you fought against, Anos said, and his voice echoed in the vast chamber with quiet certainty. You warred against the Chaos Gods because they enslaved humanity through fear and false promise. Yet you have built an empire sustained by the same tools. Fear of the Xenos, fear of the heretic, fear of damnation for those who failed to hate properly. You have simply replaced their chains with your own and called it salvation. The Emperor's consciousness pressed against Anos like a psychic avalanche power that could obliterate mountains focused on a single point. Around the throne room, tech priests collapsed as the psychic pressure exceeded their ability to process. Custodians remained standing only through genetic modifications that made their minds more resistant to such assault. Anos stood unmoved, meeting that terrible regard with eyes that held no fear. You dare judge me? The Emperor's presence expanded, filling the chamber with the accumulated fury of 10,000 years. I, who sacrificed everything to give humanity a future, I who sat upon this throne and burned for millennia while you did nothing. You who possess power yet wasted on sentiment. I judge the system you created. Anos replied, his voice somehow remaining audible, despite not your intentions, which I suspect were noble, not your sacrifice, which is genuine, but the outcome which has transformed humanity into the very thing you sought to save it from. You built an empire of suffering and called it protection. You demand faith through fear and call it worship. You have become exactly what the chaos gods would have created had they possessed your power. The psychic pressure intensified reality, bending under the weight of the Emperor's rage. But Anos continued his words, cutting through the storm like light through shadow. You feared that humanity would fall to chaos if given freedom. So you chained them first, ensuring their fall through different means. You believed that only absolute control could save them. So you built a system where control became indistinguishable from corruption. And now you sit here bleeding for eternity, sustaining an empire that turns your subjects into the very monsters you warned against. What alternative do you propose? The Emperor's consciousness remained vast, but the rage had transmuted into something colder. In a universe where demons feast on souls and Xenos seek humanity's extinction, what path exists save strength? Where is the space for your mercy when mercy means death? Anno stepped closer to the throne, and the custodians moved to intercept, but the Emperor gestured them back. He wanted to hear this, needed to perhaps after 10,000 years without honest counsel. The alternative is to remember what you are protecting, Anno said. You have spent so long fighting for humanity's survival that you have forgotten what makes humanity worth saving. You preserve the body while murdering the soul. You sustain existence while eliminating meaning. You have turned survival into an end rather than a means, and in doing so created a civilization where living is merely the interval between birth and death, to be endured rather than experienced. Pretty philosophy, then, the Emperor responded, but his mental voice carried less certainty than before. But philosophy feeds no one, protects no worlds, destroys no enemies. Show me this alternative you champion. Demonstrate how power and compassion can coexist in a universe built on predation. Anos extended his hand, and in his palm appeared a sphere of light. Not psychic energy, not warp power, but something else, something that existed outside the categories the Emperor had spent tens of thousands of years mastering. This is origin magic, Anos said. Power drawn not from the warp or from technology, but from the fundamental nature of existence itself. It can destroy, yes. I could reduce this palace to ash-shatter terra, unmake the Astronomicon with a thought. But observe what else it can do. The sphere of light expanded, flowing outward to touch the nearest tech priest, who had collapsed from psychic pressure. The man gasped, his augment stabilizing his consciousness, returning. But more than that, the light touched something deeper, healing damage to his source, his soul, that decades of service to the machine god had inflicted. When the light faded, the tech priest stood with tears running down his augmented face, staring at hands that he remembered suddenly were human beasts before they were mechanical. Power does not have to destroy to prove its strength, Anno said. Strength does not have to crush to demonstrate its supremacy. A civilization can be powerful and compassionate, both strong and merciful, certain and kind. But only if those who lead it remember that power without purpose is merely capacity for harm, and that the purpose of power must be something beyond its own perpetuation. The Emperor sat silent upon his throne, his vast consciousness processing implications that threatened certainties he had maintained for 10 millennia. Around the chamber, custodians and tech priests alike stood frozen, witnessing an exchange that challenged the very foundations of the Imperium they served. Finally, the Emperor spoke again, and his words carried a weight that made the throne room's walls groan. You offer hope. But hope has led humanity to damnation, more often than despair. The Horus heresy began with hope for a better way. The age of strife was born from hope that humanity could ascend beyond conflict. Every great catastrophe in human history has been preceded by someone saying, "There must be a better way." And yet you stand here offering the same poison, wrapped in new language. No, Anos said, his voice quiet but implacable. I offer not hope but demonstration, not philosophy but proof. You claim that cruelty is necessary for survival. I exist as evidence that power need not be cruel. You argue that compassion is weakness. I possess strength that exceeds yours and employ it gently. You insist that humanity must be chained to survive. I propose that humanity dies when chained, and that what you preserve is merely a corpse that has forgotten to stop moving. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the mechanical breathing of the Emperor's life support systems. In that moment, two beings of immeasurable power regarded each other across a gulf of philosophy and experience, each recognizing in the other something simultaneously familiar and alien. The Emperor saw in Anos what he might have been, had he chosen differently. Power without paranoia. Strength without the need to dominate certainty, without the requirement of control. Everything he had sacrificed to save humanity reflected back at him as evidence that the sacrifice was unnecessary. Anos saw in the Emperor something tragic beyond measure. A being of vast capability and noble intention, trapped by his own choices, sustaining a system he could no longer escape, watching his dream curdle into nightmare, while unable to do anything, save bleed to delay its complete corruption. You cannot stay, the Emperor said finally, and his words carried neither command nor plea, but simple recognition of reality. Your presence asks questions the Imperium cannot answer, not without shattering. And if the Imperium shatters, humanity dies. Perhaps slowly, perhaps gradually, but inevitably. The Chaos Gods wait for exactly such opportunity. Then let it shatter, Anos replied, and the words fell into the chamber like stones into still water. A structure that requires ignorance to survive is not worth preserving. Better to rebuild from honest ruins than to maintain beautiful lies. Your Imperium is dying, has been dying for 10,000 years. I offer not destruction, but transformation. Not chaos, but clarity. Not the end of humanity, but the possibility of its rebirth. You are naive, the Emperor said, but the words lacked conviction. You have not witnessed what I have witnessed, have not felt the warp's corruption, seen civilizations fall to chaos, watched hope transform into horror. You offer transformation, but transformation is merely change without direction. And in this universe, undirected change serves only the ruinous powers. I am not naive, Anos corrected. I am simply unafraid. Your fear of chaos has made you its mirror image. You fight their corruption with your own, battle their tyranny with yours, oppose their false promises with false certainties, and in doing so you feed them exactly what they desire: suffering, despair, anger, and the slow death of all that makes existence meaningful. The Emperor's consciousness withdrew slightly, not in defeat, but in contemplation. For 10,000 years he had maintained absolute certainty about the necessity of his methods. Had to maintain that certainty, because doubt would mean acknowledging that 10 millennia of suffering was unnecessary, that he had failed not through lack of power, but through failure of imagination. But here stood someone who possessed power approaching his own, who had walked into the heart of his empire, who demonstrated daily that strength and mercy could coexist, and who refused to accept that brutality was humanity's only option. It was intolerable. It was undeniable. It was perhaps exactly what the Emperor had spent 10,000 years hoping someone would eventually demonstrate. "I cannot accept your proposal," he said finally. "Cannot transform the Imperium without destroying it. Cannot embrace your philosophy without admitting error that would shatter faith across 10 billion worlds. But neither can I simply eliminate you, for you represent something I fought to preserve and fear I have murdered. We are at impasse." Anos nodded slowly. "Then we will find a third option. Not your empire of fear, nor my vision of gentle strength, but something between. A collaboration of necessity, if not conviction. Because the Chaos Gods have noticed my presence, and they will attempt to eliminate me before I can demonstrate that their power is not inevitable. When they come, you will need me. And I will need you despite my distaste for your methods." "A temporary alliance," the Emperor mused. "To face a threat that exists beyond either of our philosophies. And afterward we discover whether the Imperium can learn or whether 10,000 years have calcified it beyond redemption," Anos said. "But first, we must survive. And survival in this instance requires cooperation between the very thing your empire has become and the possibility of what it might have been." The Emperor's consciousness pressed outward again this time, not in rage, but in analysis, measuring Anos's strength, testing his resolve, seeking any weakness that could be exploited. And finding none because weakness required fear, and fear required believing that something could threaten what one valued. Anos valued compassion over survival, truth over comfort, and meaning over existence. He could not be threatened because nothing the Emperor possessed could harm what Anos actually cared about. "Very well," the Emperor said, and the words carried the weight of decisions that would reshape the galaxy. "We will stand together against the storm you have provoked. But know this, when the Chaos Gods come, they will not fight as you expect. They will not offer honest battle or clear opposition. They will corrupt, manipulate, twist, and erode. They will turn your strength into weakness, your compassion into cruelty, your hope into despair. They are everything you oppose, given form and consciousness and malice." Anos smiled, an expression of such confidence that it seemed to illuminate the throne room more than the Emperor's psychic presence. "Then they will learn what you are learning. That power employed with purpose is stronger than power employed through fear. That strength wielded gently is no less strong than strength wielded cruelly. And that some things once encountered can neither be corrupted nor destroyed, only accepted or denied. The alliance was sealed not with words or oaths, but with mutual recognition. The Emperor who had ruled through fear for 10 millennia, and Anos, who wielded power through understanding, had found common cause against an enemy that threatened them both. It would not last. Could not last, for their philosophies were too divergent, their methods too opposed. But for this moment facing the rising storm in the warp, it was enough. The Chaos Gods, watching from their realms beyond reality, felt the alignment and screamed with fury that shook the Imperium itself. Two powers that should have been enemies allied against them. Two philosophies that should have been incompatible finding temporary accord. The great game had been disrupted. And disruption in a game played across eons was the one thing the dark gods could not tolerate. The war for humanity's soul, and the question of whether souls were worth saving, had begun. The consequences of their meeting manifested within hours. Across Terra, psychers collapsed in the streets, clutching their heads as they felt something impossible occurring within the Imperial Palace. Two vast consciousnesses, each powerful enough to reshape reality through will alone, had come into contact. Not in combat, not in harmonious accord, but in tension so profound that the barrier between materium and immaterium began to thin. In the Sanctum Astropathicus, where the Imperium's psychic messengers maintained their connection to the Astronomicon, 17 souls spontaneously combusted. Not from warp corruption, not from demonic possession, but from simple overload, as they attempted to process the psychic resonance of what was occurring in the throne room. The surviving astropaths reported identical visions, two suns orbiting each other, each vast enough to consume solar systems drawn together by mutual gravity, yet prevented from collision by equal and opposite. Where their stellar atmospheres intersected, reality itself began to boil. In the Eternity Gate, the massive portal that guarded the palace's innermost sanctum, cracks appeared in adamantium that had withstood 10,000 years of siege and assault. Tech priests rushed to shore up the failing structure, their prayers to the Omnissiah taking on desperate urgency as they recognized that the damage was not physical, but metaphysical. The gate was rejecting its own existence, unable to reconcile contradictory truths that now dwelt within its protective embrace. The custodians felt it most acutely. Created by the Emperor's own hand, their genetics woven from his genetic template, they existed in perpetual psychic connection to their master. And now that connection carried something it had never borne before: uncertainty. For 10,000 years, the Emperor's will had been absolute. Unyielding as adamantium, certain, the custodians drew strength from that certainty, shaped their identities around the foundation of his unshakable conviction. But now, in the presence of Voldigoad, their creator doubted, not his power, not his purpose, but his methods. And that doubt rippled through every custodian on Terra, leaving them standing at their posts, yet somehow diminished, as if the very gravity that held them to the ground had weakened fractionally. In the throne room itself, reality continued its slow dissolution. Ano stood before the golden throne, his presence somehow more solid than the chamber around him, while the Emperor's consciousness pressed outward like a psychic sun, filling every available space, yet unable to touch or influence the stranger who challenged everything he had built. "You do not understand," the Emperor said, his mental voice carrying echoes of wars fought before humanity learned to write. The Chaos Gods are not merely powerful. They are power itself, given consciousness and malice. They are the dark mirror of every emotion, every thought, every desperate prayer sent into the void. To fight them with compassion is to offer them exactly what they desire. Then, you have already lost. Anos replied, his voice cutting through the psychic pressure with the ease of light through shadow. If compassion is their weapon, if kindness serves their purpose, if hope feeds their strength, then you are not fighting chaos. You are already consumed by it, simply wearing different colors. The Emperor's presence contracted violently, a psychic implosion that would have destroyed any lesser mind. Anos remained standing unmoved as the storm of consciousness raged around him. "You dare! I dare because someone must." Anos interrupted, and his words carried a weight that somehow matched the Emperor's fury. "You have sat on this throne for 10,000 years, bleeding. You tell yourself that cruelty is necessary, that systematic brutalization of your own species is the price of survival. But I have seen your thoughts, felt the edges of your consciousness. You know the truth, even if you will not admit it. What truth? The question emerged laden with something that might have been dread. That you are afraid, Anos said simply. Not of chaos, not of Xenos or heretics or the infinite threats that besiege humanity. You are afraid of what will happen if you admit that your methods have failed. That the Imperium you built has become everything you fought to prevent. That 10,000 years of suffering was unnecessary. And that you lack the courage to change course because changing would mean acknowledging the magnitude of your error. The throne room shuddered. Around them, tech priests fell to their knees as the chamber's geometry began to warp. Straight lines curved, distances became elastic, stretching and contracting according to rules that violated Euclidean principles. The boundary between the material world and the immaterium was thinning, worn away by the friction of two immense wills pressed against each other. If I am wrong, the Emperor said, and his mental voice carried the weight of continental glaciers, then 10,000 years of sacrifice was meaningless. 10 billion deaths suffered in my name achieved nothing. The Horus Heresy, the Great Crusade, the Age of Strife. All of it merely prologue to humanity's slow suicide. Is that what you came to tell me, that I failed? No, Anos said, and something in his voice gentled. I came to tell you that you can still choose differently. That failure is only permanent when you refuse to acknowledge it. That admitting error is not weakness, but the first step toward correction. He walked closer to the throne, and the custodians moved to intercept, but found themselves unable to complete the action. Not frozen, not paralyzed, but simply unable to decide whether protecting their master required preventing this conversation or allowing it to continue. You were right about one thing, Anos continued. The Chaos Gods are born from emotion sustained by thought given form by the psychic emanations of sentient life. But you drew the wrong conclusion. You assumed that eliminating emotion would starve them. So you built an empire that crushes joy, criminalizes hope, treats love as weakness, and compassion as heresy. And in doing so, you created exactly the kind of suffering that feeds them most efficiently. What alternative exists? The Emperor demanded. If emotion feeds chaos, if thought sustains them, if consciousness itself is their nourishment, what path remains save suppression? Understanding, Anos replied. Not suppression, but direction. Emotions exist whether you acknowledge them or not. Thoughts occur whether you criminalize them or not. The question is not whether humans feel, but what they feel. And your Imperium has chosen to generate fear, anger, despair, and zealotry. The exact emotional diet that makes chaos strongest. He extended his hand, and light bloomed in his palm. Not psychic energy drawn from the warp, but something else, something that existed outside the binary of material and immaterial. Origin magic power, drawn from the fundamental nature of existence itself. This is what you failed to understand, Anos said. Power does not have to draw from the warp to exist. Consciousness does not have to feed chaos to function. There are other sources, other ways, other possibilities. But you became so focused on fighting the enemy, you knew that you never considered whether entirely different approaches might exist. The Emperor's vast consciousness pressed forward, examining the light in Anos's palm, with attention that would have dissected any normal phenomenon down to its constituent atoms. And found nothing. No warp signature, no psychic resonance, no connection to any known source of power in the universe. It simply was in defiance of every principle the Emperor had spent 40,000 years mastering. Impossible. He breathed through the word carried less certainty than such pronouncements usually did. Energy must have a source. Power cannot exist without origin. You are drawing from somewhere, hiding the true nature of your abilities. I draw from existence itself, Janos explained. From the fact that reality is, rather than is not. From the fundamental nature of creation, rather than any specific manifestation of it. Your warp is merely one layer of reality, but there are other layers, other aspects, other dimensions of existence that your sciences have not discovered, because you became fixated on the binary of materium and immaterium. He closed his hand, and the light vanished, yet somehow the throne room seemed brighter for its absence, as if its presence had revealed how much darkness the chamber usually contained. You asked what alternative exists to fighting chaos with suppression. Anos continued. The alternative is to teach humanity to feel differently. Not to stop feeling, but to choose their emotions rather than have emotions forced upon them through fear. To generate hope rather than despair, love rather than hatred, curiosity rather than zealotry. Chaos feeds on emotion, yes, but not all emotions feed it equally. And some, if cultivated properly, might starve it entirely. The Emperor's consciousness withdrew slightly, processing implications that threatened the foundations of his understanding. For 10 millennia, he had operated on the assumption that the warp's nature was fixed, that chaos was inevitable, given sentient consciousness that the only viable strategy was containment through psychological and social control. But if Anos was correct, if emotions could be directed rather than suppressed, if humanity could be taught to feel in ways that did not empower the ruinous powers, then everything the Emperor had built was not merely flawed, but actively counterproductive. You propose cultural transformation on a galactic scale, the Emperor said slowly. Teaching 10 billion humans to change the fundamental nature of how they process existence. It would require centuries, millennia. And during that transition, chaos would feast on the confusion and uncertainty growing stronger, while humanity weakened itself through doubt. Only if you believe that transition must be chaotic, Anos countered. But what if it could be guided? What if instead of the brutal suppression you currently employ, you used your vast resources to actually help humans understand themselves? To teach them that fear and anger, while natural, are not the only possible responses to existence. You are naive, the Emperor said again, but the accusation carried less weight than before. You see humanity as it could be, and assume that potential is achievable. I see humanity as it is flawed, violent, self-destructive, requiring constant guidance to avoid immediate extinction. Your compassion is luxury afforded by ignorance of what humans become when left to their own devices. And your cruelty is cowardice disguised as necessity. Anos replied without heat. You fear humanity's potential for evil so much that you crush their potential for good. You are so certain they will choose wrong that you eliminate their ability to choose at all. And in doing so, you guarantee the very outcome you. The tension between them reached critical mass. Reality itself began to warp the throne room's walls, becoming translucent, revealing glimpses of the warp beyond. Demons pressed against the thinning barrier, attracted by the psychic turbulence like sharks to blood and water. The custodians finally moved not to attack or defend, but to fall back, recognizing that they had become irrelevant to what was occurring. This was not a battle that could be won with guardian spears or even the Emperor's direct intervention. This was a philosophical conflict made manifest, two fundamentally incompatible visions of reality attempting to occupy the same space. and reality itself was beginning to reject the contradiction. "Stop," the Emperor commanded, and his voice carried the weight of authority accumulated over 40 millennia. "You are tearing the throne room apart. The barrier between materium and immaterium is collapsing. If you continue, you will open a warp rift in the heart of Terra itself." "Then agree," Anno said simply. "Accept that your methods have failed. Acknowledge that 10,000 years of systematic cruelty has not saved humanity, but merely delayed its complete corruption. Admit that you are afraid to change, because change would mean accepting responsibility for choices that cannot be unmade." "And if I agree?" The Emperor's consciousness pressed outward again, not in attack, but in desperate inquiry. "If I acknowledge error, admit failure, accept that my methods have produced the opposite of their intent, what then? The Imperium does not change simply because its founder experiences doubt. The machine I built has achieved consciousness independent of my will. It will continue grinding forward, even if I attempt to halt it." "Then we stop it together," Anno said, and his voice carried absolute conviction. "Me with my power and understanding that strength need not be cruel. We demonstrate not through philosophy, but through action, that a different way exists. And we do it quickly before the Chaos Gods exploit the confusion to destroy everything." The Emperor sat silent on his throne, his vast consciousness processing probabilities and outcomes, running calculations that would have required years for any conventional mind to complete. He saw the path Anno's proposed cultural revolution, guided by absolute power transformation, sustained by unshakable certainty, the Imperium remade from within rather than destroyed from without. He also saw the risks. The centuries of instability while new methods were implemented. The civil wars as factions resisted change. The opportunities for chaos to infiltrate during periods of uncertainty. The very real possibility that the attempt would fail and leave humanity more vulnerable than. But he also saw for the first time in 10,000 years a possibility that did not end in humanity's eventual extinction through slow corruption of everything that made humanity worth preserving. "If we attempt this," he said finally, "we will need to act before chaos responds. The Dark Gods have felt our meeting. They know that something threatens their power. They will strike soon, and they will strike with everything they possess." "Good," Ino said, and his smile was the confident expression of one who has waited patiently for inevitable violence. "Let them come. Let them throw everything they have at us. Because when they fail, when their corruption fails to take root, and their manipulation fails to achieve purchase, every human who witnesses that failure will learn something the Imperium has spent 10 millennia teaching them to forget." "What?" "That chaos is not inevitable. That darkness can be resisted without becoming dark yourself. That the price of survival does not have to be the surrender of everything that makes survival worthwhile." The Emperor considered this, his consciousness spreading outward to encompass Terra. Feeling the millions of souls that dwelt upon his throne world, each one crushed beneath layers of fear and doctrine and brutal necessity. He felt their suffering, had always felt it, but had told himself that their pain purchased humanity's persistence. But what if it did not? What if, as I know, suggested their suffering simply fed the very entities he sought to starve? What if 10,000 years of sacrifice had achieved nothing, save prolonging an agony that would end in extinction regardless? The thought was intolerable. It was also undeniable. "Very well," the Emperor said, and the words carried the weight of decisions that would reshape the galaxy. "We will attempt your transformation. But understand this, the moment I detect that your method is failing, the moment chaos gains advantage through our experiment, I will end it. Brutally. Completely. Without hesitation or mercy. I would expect nothing less, Anos replied. And if your alternative succeeds, if cruelty proves more effective than compassion, I will acknowledge error and depart this reality to let you continue your slow march toward oblivion. But I do not believe that will occur, because I have seen what happens when power is employed with purpose rather than fear. And I know with absolute certainty that fear is the weakest possible foundation for any civilization. The Emperor extended his withered hand, a gesture that required effort, that would kill any unaugmented human, and Anos stepped forward to clasp it. The moment their hands met, psychic energy exploded outward, a shock wave that rippled through Terra's psychic topography, like a stone cast into still water. Every psyker on the throne world felt it. The sensation of two immense powers, fundamentally opposed, yet temporarily aligned, joining in purpose, if not philosophy. Some interpreted it as religious ecstasy, a sign that the Emperor had found a new champion. Others felt it as existential terror recognition that the certainties they had built their lives upon were now negotiable. And in the warp, the chaos gods screamed. They had witnessed the impossible. The Emperor, whose will had resisted their corruption for 10,000 years through sheer stubbornness and absolute conviction, had wavered, had admitted doubt, had accepted the possibility that his methods might be flawed. Worse, he had allied with an entity that existed outside their ability to corrupt or control, whose power drew from sources they could not access, whose very existence posed questions they could not answer. The alliance, not merely defeated, but annihilated so completely that no trace remained, so that no one could ever again question whether chaos was inevitable, whether darkness could be resisted without becoming dark, whether the price of survival was truly as high as they demanded. In Tzench's impossible fortress, plans within plans collapsed as the architect of fate recognized that Anos Voldigoad could not be manipulated through standard methods. Every scheme that attempted to account for his actions resulted in null outcomes, futures that refused to crystallize possibilities that existed in quantum superposition until observed and then resolved in ways the great conspirator could not predict. It was chaos, true. Chaos, the random element that 10,000 years of careful manipulation had been designed to eliminate. And Tzench, god of change and manipulation, discovered that it feared genuine randomness more than any threat it had previously. In Khorne's brass citadel, the blood god gathered its demonic legions, preparing for war on a scale not seen since the Horus heresy. But even Khorne, god of war and slaughter, felt something approaching uncertainty. Anos possessed strength sufficient to satisfy the blood god's hunger power enough to wage wars that would feed Khorne for millennia. But he wielded that power without rage, fought without hatred, defeated without deriving pleasure from dominance. He was everything Khorne represented, inverted and made gentle. Combat without cruelty, strength without anger, victory without joy in the defeated suffering. It was perverse, unnatural, and most dangerous of all, it suggested that war itself might not be the ultimate expression of strength, but merely one option among many. In Nurgle's garden, the plague, God stirred from its usual torpor, recognizing threat in Anos's healing touch. Life that did not decay, strength that did not weaken, hope that did not transform into despair. It violated the fundamental cycle of existence as Nurgle understood it. And if the cycle could be violated, if entropy was not inevitable, then what did that say about the plague god's own nature? And Slaanesh, in its palace of pleasure, felt something it had not experienced in its relatively short existence. Genuine frustration. Anos possessed perfection, but took no pride in it. Wielded power, but derived no pleasure from its application. Could have indulged any excess, yet chose deliberate restraint. He was everything Slaanesh desired, presented in a form Slaanesh could neither corrupt nor comprehend. 4 gods each, representing fundamental aspects of consciousness and emotion, found themselves confronted with an entity that should not exist, according to the rules they had observed since sentience first emerged in the galaxy. And they responded as gods always do when confronted with the genuinely inexplicable. They prepared for war. Not the usual skirmishes and manipulations that characterize their eternal conflict. Not the corruption of a single world or the temptation of a particular individual. But total war, the kind of assault that had not been launched since they had attempted to claim Terra itself during the Horus Heresy. They would throw everything at the alliance between Emperor and Ainos. Every demon legion, every corrupted soul, every twisted horror that dwelt in the Imperium's depths. They would open rifts across the galaxy, launch simultaneous assaults on 1,000 worlds, force the Imperium to choose between defending its territory and protecting its throne world. And when the defenders were scattered and exhausted, when hope had transformed into despair and certainty into doubt, they would strike at Terra itself. Not to conquer, for Terra could not be conquered while the Emperor maintained his vigil. But to prove a point, to demonstrate that compassion was weakness, that hope was folly, that the only viable response to chaos was the Imperium's method of systematic brutalization. The storm was gathering. Reality trembled. And on Terra, in the throne room where 2 beings of immense power had reached temporary accord, Anos Voldigoad and the Emperor of Mankind prepared to face the largest coordinated chaos assault in 10,000 years. Not as master and servant, not as god and worshipper, but as temporary allies bound by necessity and mutual recognition that whatever their philosophical differences, the chaos gods represented something that had to be opposed. The question was whether opposition required becoming the enemy to fight the enemy, whether resistance necessitated cruelty, whether humanity could survive without surrendering its humanity. They would discover the answer soon enough, and the fate of humanity's soul hung in the balance, weighed against the cost of its survival. The preparation for war consumed 72 hours. On Terra and across the Imperium's inner worlds, forces mobilized with a speed that would have seemed impossible had the orders not come directly from the Golden Throne itself. Space Marine chapters received deployment coordinates. Imperial Guard regiments, already stretched thin across 10,000 battlefronts, were redirected toward the throne world. Titan legions awakened war machines that had slumbered for centuries. The Mechanicus unleashed weapons that had been deemed too dangerous for standard deployment. And at the heart of it all, in the throne room, that had become the nexus of a transformation none fully understood, Anos Voldigoad and the Emperor of Mankind worked to achieve what 10,000 years of imperial doctrine insisted was impossible: cooperation between absolute power and absolute authority. Trust between those who possess no reason to trust. Alliance between philosophies so fundamentally opposed that their very proximity threatened to tear reality apart. The custodians watched with expressions hidden behind golden helms, but their body language spoke volumes. They stood at parade rest, weapons held with professional precision, yet their stance carried tension that betrayed internal conflict. Their creator, the being they had been designed to serve and protect, had admitted doubt. And doubt for warriors whose existence was predicated on absolute certainty was more dangerous than any physical threat. Tech priests worked in frantic clusters throughout the throne room, monitoring systems that reported readings they could not reconcile with established theory. The Emperor's life support mechanisms showed fluctuations that should have been catastrophic, yet somehow stabilized. Energy signatures appeared and vanished according to no pattern their instruments could predict. The boundary between materium and immaterium continued to thin. Yet instead of allowing daemon incursion, it seemed to be developing structure, as if something was actively organizing the interface between realities. That something was Anos. He stood before a section of the chamber's wall where the barrier between worlds had worn thinnest, his hands extended consciousness, focused on a task that should have required the combined effort of 1,000 psychers. He was not closing the rift or reinforcing the barrier through brute force. Instead, he was restructuring it, teaching reality itself that the binary of matter and energy was incomplete, that other states existed, other configurations were possible. The Emperor observed through his vast psychic perception, experiencing something he had not felt in millennia: professional fascination. He watched as Anos employed origin magic to do what no amount of psychic power could achieve. Not forcing reality to conform to his will, but presenting reality with alternatives and allowing it to choose the most stable configuration. You treat existence as though it possesses agency. The Emperor observed his mental voice carrying genuine curiosity rather than accusation, as though reality itself can make decisions. Because it can, Anos replied without breaking his concentration. Your sciences treat reality as mechanism dead matter governed by immutable laws. But reality is more alive than you acknowledge. It possesses preferences, tendencies, and inclination toward certain states over others. The warp exists because reality prefers consciousness to unconsciousness, meaning to meaninglessness. But that does not mean the warp's current configuration is the only possible expression of that preference. He's not closing, but transforming. Where before it had been a wound that allowed warp energy to bleed into the material world, it now became something else. A membrane permeable, but controlled, allowing energy exchange without catastrophic mixing. You are creating a filter, the Emperor said, recognition dawning in his vast consciousness. Not blocking the warp, but managing its interaction with reality. Teaching the two states to coexist without consuming each other. Exactly, Anos confirmed. Your Imperium has spent 10,000 years trying to separate materium from immaterium, completely building walls and barriers, treating the warp as enemy to be excluded. But the warp is not separate from reality. It is reality's reflection, the psychic dimension that emerges whenever consciousness exists. You cannot eliminate it without eliminating consciousness itself. But you can change the nature of their interaction. He lowered his hands, and the restructure. It no longer felt like a wound, but more like a door, something that could be opened or closed according to need, rather than remaining perpetually vulnerable. The tech priests, monitoring the change, burst into agitated binary cant, their instruments reporting stable configurations that violated fundamental principles. The boundary between worlds should not be able to exist in the state Anos had created. It was simultaneously permeable and impermeable, open and closed, allowing passage yet maintaining separation. It was quantum superposition applied to the barrier between realities, and it should not have been possible. Yet it existed stable and functional, waiting to be replicated across every similar weakness in Terra's psychic defenses. How many of these can you create? The Emperor asked, and his mental voice carried calculation rather than wonder. He was already envisioning strategic applications, ways to fortify not just Terra, but key worlds throughout the Imperium. As many as needed, Anos replied. But creating them is only the first step. Maintaining them requires understanding not just power. Your tech priests and psychers will need to learn how to interact with these structures, how to recognize when they require adjustment, how to prevent them from degrading back into standard rifts. You propose teaching Imperial personnel your magic, the Emperor said slowly. Sharing knowledge that exists outside our reality's standard operating principles. The Mechanicus will consider it tech heresy. The Psychers will fear it corrupts their connection to the Emperor's light. The Inquisition will demand your execution for spreading dangerous knowledge. Then the Inquisition will learn the same lesson you are learning, Anos said, turning to face the Golden Throne directly. That clinging to familiar ignorance is more dangerous than embracing unfamiliar truth. That survival sometimes requires abandoning certainties you have maintained for millennia. A custodian stepped forward, his guardian spear held in a grip that suggested he was restraining himself from more aggressive action. You speak treason with every breath. The Emperor's methods have sustained humanity for 10,000 years. What proof have you that your alternative would not simply hasten our destruction? Anos regarded the Golden Warrior with something approaching sympathy. Your devotion is admirable, your loyalty beyond question. But you serve an ideal that your Emperor himself is beginning to question. What happens to your certainty when he who created you admits doubt? The custodian's stance shifted fractionally, and those who knew the Emperor's guardians recognized the movement as profound distress barely contained. He does not doubt. He adapts, responds to new threats with new methods. But his core purpose remains unchanged. Your Emperor built an Imperium predicated on the assumption that cruelty is necessary for survival. That systematic brutalization of his own species is the price of their persistence. But he is beginning to recognize that this assumption might be false. That 10,000 years of suffering has not saved humanity, but merely delayed its corruption. And if that recognition is correct, what happens to everything you have done in his name? The custodian stood silent, his helmet concealing whatever expression might have crossed his features. Around the throne room, his brothers shifted with similar discomfort, each one processing implications that threatened the foundations of their identity. They were the Emperor's will made manifest, his purpose given form. If he doubted, what did that make them? Instruments of error. Weapons wielded in service of a flawed strategy, warriors who had spent 10 millennia enforcing methods that achieved the opposite of their intent. The thought was intolerable. It was also increasingly undeniable. Enough, the Emperor commanded, his mental voice cutting through the tension like a blade. We waste time on philosophy when action is required. The Chaos Gods are coming. Within hours, they will launch coordinated assaults designed to shatter our alliance before it can achieve anything meaningful. We must prepare. He turned his vast attention toward Anos, and the weight of his regard would have crushed any lesser being. You have demonstrated the ability to restructure the barrier between worlds. Can you extend this ability outward? Create a defensive perimeter that will blunt the initial assault. Anos considered the question, his consciousness expanding outward to encompass Terra's psychic topography. He felt the throne world's vast population, 10 billion souls, crushed beneath layers of fear and doctrine. He sensed the Astronomicon blazing at the palace's heart, that great lighthouse purchased with daily sacrifice. He perceived the web of barriers and wards that the Emperor had spent millennia constructing, each one designed to keep the warp's corruption at bay. And he recognized that all of it Every defense the Imperium had erected operated on the same fundamental principle separation. Keep the warp out. Maintain absolute division between material and immaterial. Treat the psychic dimension as enemy to be excluded rather than aspect of reality to be integrated. I can do better than a defensive perimeter, Anos said. I can create what I call a veil of balance. Not a wall that blocks the warp, but it will not prevent demon incursion entirely, but it will force them to manifest according to different rules. Rules that favor stability over corruption, order over chaos. Explain, the Emperor commanded, leaning forward fractionally, despite the agony such movement cost him. The warp's danger comes not from its existence, but from its current configuration, Anos explained. It is pure emotion, given form consciousness, without constraint, meaning without structure. Demons are powerful because they embody absolute expressions of specific emotions or concepts. Pure rage, absolute despair, perfect excess, unchanging change. They are extremes made manifest, and extremes are inherently unstable, yet paradoxically powerful. He raised his hand, and light bloomed in his palm. Origin magic power drawn from existence itself, rather than any specific manifestation of reality. The veil of balance will not eliminate these. Pure rage will have to acknowledge that rage is not the totality of existence. Absolute despair will encounter evidence that hope persists despite its presence. Perfect excess will confront the reality that restraint is also a valid choice. The demons will not be destroyed, but they will be diminished, forced to operate in a reality that no longer validates their fundamental nature. The Emperor sat silent, processing implications that reached far beyond immediate tactical considerations. If Anos could create such a veil, if the warp's influence could be moderated without completely suppressing it, then the entire strategy the Imperium had pursued for 10 millennia might need revision. Not just revision, complete reconstruction from foundational principles. The cost, he said finally. What toll does creating this veil exact? No power of this magnitude comes without price. Anos smiled, an expression of such confidence that it seemed to illuminate the throne room more than the Emperor's psychic presence. The cost is that I will be diminished, not destroyed but reduced. Creating the veil will require most of my power, leaving me vulnerable during the period when the Chaos Gods launch their assault. They will recognize this. Will attempt to kill me before the veil can be completed, knowing that my death will cause the entire structure to collapse. A trap, the Emperor observed. You will make yourself bait to draw the Dark Gods' full attention while simultaneously creating the very defense that will blunt their assault. It is tactically sound, also likely suicidal. Only if you fail to protect me, Anos replied, which is why this requires trust. I must believe that you will defend me while I am vulnerable. And you must believe that the veil I create will be worth the resources you expend in that defense. Neither of us can succeed alone. But together, we might achieve what your Imperium has spent 10,000 years attempting and failing to accomplish. The defeat of chaos, the Emperor said softly, and his words carried 10 millennia of desperate hope. Not merely resistance, not strategic containment, but actual victory over the ruinous powers. No, Anos corrected gently. Not defeat. Chaos cannot be defeated any more than emotion can be eliminated or consciousness can be destroyed. But it can be balanced, contextualized, forced to coexist with other aspects of reality rather than dominating existence entirely. The veil will not destroy the Chaos Gods, but it will deny them the absolute power they currently wield. He walked toward the golden throne, and this time no custodian moved to intercept. They had been standing witness to events that exceeded their capacity to categorize, watching their creator interact with an entity that violated every principle they had been taught to enforce. "You asked what proof I have that my method is superior to yours," Anos said, addressing both the Emperor and the assembled warriors. "I offer this. When the Chaos Gods come, watch how I fight. Not with hatred that mirrors theirs, not with cruelty that validates their existence, but with absolute power employed precisely with strength that chooses its targets carefully, with violence that serves purpose rather than being indulged for its own sake. And when you see that such combat is possible, that one can be powerful without being cruel, strong without being vicious, victorious without taking pleasure in the defeated suffering, perhaps you will understand what I am trying to teach." "And if your method fails?" the Emperor asked. "If the Chaos Gods prove that cruelty is necessary, that compassion is weakness, that the Imperium's approach, however brutal, is the only viable strategy, then I will admit error," Anos said simply. "Accept that this universe operates according to rules more pessimistic than I hoped, and depart, leaving you to continue your slow descent into the very corruption you fight to prevent. But I do not believe that will occur, because I have seen what happens when power is employed with purpose rather than fear. And I know with absolute certainty that fear is the weakest possible foundation for any civilization." The Emperor regarded him in silence, his vast consciousness measuring and evaluating, calculating probabilities and outcomes. He saw the path Anos proposed: immediate vulnerability in exchange for long-term transformation, tactical risk in service of strategic revolution, the possibility of catastrophic failure balanced against the potential for genuine victory. And he saw something else, something that he had not allowed himself to see in 10,000 years of not the naive optimism that had led so many astray, but grounded possibility based on demonstrated capability. Anos was not proposing fantasy, but practical application of principles he had already proven functional. "Very well," the Emperor said, and the decision carried weight that made Terra's tectonic plates shift fractionally. "Create your veil. I will marshal every force at my disposal to protect you during its construction. And when the Chaos Gods come, we will discover whether power and compassion can coexist, or whether 10,000 years of brutal necessity was correct all along." Anos nodded acceptance and acknowledgement both. He turned from the throne and walked to the chamber's center, where the geometry of reality felt most stable. There he knelt, placing both hands flat against the floor, and began to channel power on a scale that made even the Emperor's vast consciousness seem small by comparison. Origin magic flowed outward, not in a rush, but in a steady, patient tide. It touched the throne room's walls, passed through them, as if they were theoretical rather than physical, spread across Terra's surface like morning light cresting a horizon. It did not force or compel, did not demand or dominate. It simply offered reality, an alternative configuration, presented existence with a different possibility, and allowed the universe itself to choose whether this new state was preferable to the old. And slowly, incrementally, reality chose transformation. The veil began to form, not visible to normal sight, barely detectable even to psychic perception, but undeniably present. A layer of organized structure imposed on the chaotic interface between materium and immaterium, not blocking the warp, but harmonizing it, teaching it that extremes need not be absolute, that emotion could exist without consuming consciousness, that meaning was possible without madness. The Chaos Gods felt it immediately. Across the Imperium, in dimensions beyond human comprehension, 4 entities of terrible power experienced something they had not felt since their creation: fear. Not the fear they inflicted upon others, but genuine uncertainty about their own persistence. The veil was not attacking them, not attempting to destroy them, but it was denying them something more fundamental than existence validation. It was teaching reality that chaos was not inevitable, that corruption was not irresistible, that darkness could be resisted without becoming dark. And if reality learned that lesson, if existence itself rejected the premise that extremes were stronger than balance, then what would happen to beings whose entire nature was predicated on that premise? They responded with fury. Across the galaxy, the warp erupted. Warp storms that had been dormant for centuries roared to life. Stable routes through the Imperium collapsed, stranding ships and cutting off entire sectors. On 1,000 worlds, cults that had lurked in shadows for generations emerged in coordinated uprisings. Daemon legions manifested in numbers not seen since the Horus heresy. And all of it, every assault, every manifestation, every corrupted soul, turned toward a single destination: Terra, the throne world of humanity, the Emperor's seat of power, the place where Anos Voldigoad knelt in the throne room, channeling power that threatened to rewrite the fundamental rules of reality itself. The siege had begun. The largest coordinated chaos assault in 10,000 years, launched not to conquer Terra, but to kill a single individual before he could complete a working that would diminish the Dark God's power permanently. And, in the throne room, as alarms screamed and warriors rushed to defensive positions, Anos continued his work with his power dimmed as it flowed outward into the growing veil, leaving him increasingly vulnerable. But his expression remained calm, confident, certain, because he was not alone. For the first time in 10,000 years, the Emperor of mankind had found an ally who possessed power approaching his own. And together, they would face the storm. The question was whether they would survive it. And if they did, what kind of Imperium would emerge from the confrontation? One built on a fear and cruelty, or one that had learned, however briefly, that strength and compassion were not opposites, that power could be gentle, that hope was not heresy, but humanity's birthright. The galaxy would have its answer soon. The demons were coming. And the war for humanity's soul had truly begun. The sky above Terra split open like a wound. Not a single rift, but thousands appearing simultaneously across the throne world surface, as if reality itself had been struck by invisible blades. Through each opening poured the madness of the warp, that seething dimension where emotion became substance and thought achieved terrible form. But these were not the random manifestations that plagued the Imperium's borders. This was coordinated assault executed with precision that spoke of divine intelligence directing every incursion. 4 wills vast beyond human comprehension had turned their full attention toward a single world. The Chaos Gods had come to war. From the largest rift, positioned to be directly above the Imperial Palace, emerged the vanguard of Khorne's demon legions. Bloodletters by the thousands, their brass armor drinking the light, their hell-forged blades thirsting for slaughter. Behind them came bloodthirsters towering greater demons, whose wings spread wide enough to shadow city districts, whose roars shook the palace's foundations, despite wards that had withstood 10,000 years of siege. But they did not charge immediately, did not rush forward in the mindless frenzy typical of Khorne's servants. Instead, they arrayed themselves in precise formations, waiting for something. demonstrating a discipline that should have been impossible for beings whose entire existence was predicated on rage and bloodlust. From the east came Tzeentch's forces, and they were wrongness given form. Horrors that shifted between configurations, according to no discernible pattern, their bodies expressing geometries that violated Euclidean principles. Flamers whose warp fire burned in colors that did not exist in standard spectra. Lords of change who wielded magic that could unravel reality with a gesture, each one a fragment of the architect of fate's boundless scheming. They arranged themselves in patterns that hurt to perceive, formations that seemed to flicker between dimensions, positioning that suggested they occupied multiple points in space simultaneously. And like Horn's demons, they waited with patience that seemed fundamentally contrary to their nature. From the south emerged Nurgle's garden made manifest. The air itself sickened as plague-bearers shambled through the rifts, their diseased flesh spreading contagion with every step. Great unclean ones followed each one, a mountain of rotting meat and festering boils, their laughter carrying diseases that could corrupt worlds. The ground where they stood began to decay, rockcrete crumbling into organic sludge metal, corroding into rust life, transforming into the particular form of undeath that Nurgle favored. Yet they too held position, forming a cordon rather than advancing, demonstrating restraint that contradicted every principle of entropy and decay they embodied. And from the west came Slaanesh's host, and they were terrible beauty weaponized. Daemonettes moved with grace that made art seem clumsy by comparison, their claws glittering with promise of exquisite agony. Keepers of secrets towered above them, perfect in form, yet wrong in essence, embodying every excess and perversion consciousness had ever conceived. They sang as they emerged, voices weaving harmonies that could drive listeners mad, with the desire to experience sensations that human nervous systems were never designed to process. They completed the encirclement 4 demon armies surrounding the Imperial Palace in a formation that spoke of coordinated strategy rather than chaotic assault. They had not come simply to kill or corrupt. They had come to make a statement to demonstrate that even the ruinous powers could cooperate when sufficiently motivated. In the throne room, Ainos, the veil he was constructing still incomplete, buckled under the weight of 4 divine wills, pressing against reality simultaneously. Blood began to seep from his eyes and nose, his body registering the cost of channeling power on a scale that would have vaporized any normal being instantly. But he did not stop, did not slow. Simply continued the patient work of restructuring existence itself, teaching reality that the binary of order and chaos was incomplete, that balance was possible even in a universe the dark gods had spent eons corrupting. The Emperor's consciousness expanded outward from the golden throne, his vast psychic presence encompassing Terra's entire surface. He felt every rift, every demon, every point where the warp pressed against the materium, and he recognized the trap for what it was. The Chaos Gods were not trying to conquer Terra. They were trying to force him to choose, defend the throne world, and allow Ainos to complete his working or prevent the Veil's creation and watch Terra fall to demon incursion. It was elegant strategy, proof that the Dark Gods, despite their nature as embodiments of emotion and excess, possessed intelligence that rivaled any mortal strategist. They had studied the Emperor for 10 millennia, learned how he thought, understood his priorities. And they believed that he would choose defense over transformation, that he would sacrifice Ainos's working to protect his throne world, demonstrating to all humanity that the old ways of brutal necessity remained paramount. They were wrong. All forces. The Emperor's psychic voice boomed across Terra's noosphere, reaching every defender simultaneously. Hold position. Defend the palace perimeter, but do not advance. Priority 1 is not destroying the enemy. Priority 1 is ensuring Annos Voldigoad lives long enough to complete his working. The response was immediate and conflicted. Space Marines who had spent centuries learning that the best defense was aggressive assault found themselves ordered to maintain static positions. Imperial Guard regiments trained to hold ground against impossible odds recognized that they were being asked to serve as shields for an entity many still considered potential heretic. But they obeyed. Because the order came from the God Emperor himself, and disobedience was simply not a category that existed in their psychological frameworks. On Terra's surface, defensive positions that had been prepared over 72 hours of frantic work activated. Void shields flickered to life, creating overlapping fields of protection that could withstand orbital bombardment. Weapon emplacements that had sat dormant for centuries roared to operational status. Their machine titans, god machines of the Mechanicus, took positions at key defensive points, their plasma weapons charging with power that could level city districts. And still the demons waited, holding formation, demonstrating patience that seemed to mock their fundamental nature. Then, from the largest rift directly above the palace, something else emerged. Not demons, though their presence carried power that made the demon legions seem insignificant by comparison. 4 vast consciousnesses pressing through the barrier between worlds, with effort that made reality itself groan in protest. The chaos gods themselves, manifesting fragments of their infinite essence in the material realm. Not their true forms which existed beyond mortal comprehension in the warp's depths, but avatars' projections given just enough substance to interact directly with baseline reality. Khorne appeared as a towering figure of brass and blood, a warrior whose very existence screamed violence. Its form shifted constantly, now armored knight, now primal beast, now abstract concept of war made manifest. Where it stood, the ground cracked from the weight of accumulated rage. 10 billion years of anger focused into a space barely large enough to contain a fraction of its fury. Tzeentch manifested as impossible geometry, a being that seemed to occupy multiple states simultaneously. Observer and observed, question and answer, possibility and impossibility, all merged into something that hurt to perceive directly. It flickered between forms, like light through a prism, each configuration revealing different aspects of the eternal architect of fate. Nurgle took shape as entropy incarnate a mass of decay that somehow remained animated. It was grandfather, and grave both the patient inevitability of all things where Khorne radiated fury, Nurgle exuded acceptance. The understanding that all struggles end, all resistance fails, all order eventually dissolves into blessed stagnation. And Slaanesh coalesced as perfection, weaponized beauty so absolute, it became horrific. Its form combined every ideal and aspiration consciousness had ever conceived, presented in configurations designed to overwhelm sensory processing. It was everything desired and nothing needed, the perfect expression of excess made manifest. 4 gods stood at the cardinal points surrounding the imperial palace, and their presence made Terra's psychic topography scream in protest. The Emperor's wards, constructed over 10 millennia of careful work, buckled under pressure that exceeded their design parameters. Reality itself began to warp physical laws, becoming negotiable in the presence of entities whose existence violated causality. And yet, they did not attack. Instead, they spoke, their voices resonating across every level of reality, simultaneously heard not just by ears, but directly impressed upon consciousness itself. Annos Voldigoad. The 4 voices merged into something greater than their summa chorus that carried the weight of divine proclamation. You have intruded upon our domain, corrupted our servants with your philosophy, suggested to mortal minds that we are not inevitable. In the throne room, Aenos raised his head fractionally, acknowledging their presence without pausing his work. Blood continued to stream from his eyes and nose, his body registering the immense cost of maintaining the veil's construction while enduring the direct attention of 4 dark gods. I have suggested nothing that is not true, he replied, and despite the gods' overwhelming presence, his voice carried clearly across the psychic channel they had established. You are powerful, yes, ancient, certainly, but you are not inevitable. You exist because sentient beings believe you must exist. But belief can change. Conviction can transform. And when it does, you will discover that even gods can be diminished. Arrogance! Khorne bellowed, and the word carried such force that buildings in the outer districts collapsed from its psychic weight. You speak as though you comprehend power, but you are merely mortal. A flicker of consciousness in the infinite dark. We are eternal. Eternal and unchanging, Aenos agreed. Which is another way of saying stagnant and inflexible. You have existed for so long that you have forgotten how to adapt, have become so certain of your own nature that you cannot conceive of alternatives. And that rigidity will be your undoing. Impossible. Tzeentch's voice carried harmonics of calculation and probability as if the word itself was simultaneously statement and analysis. We have examined every future, calculated every possibility, in every configuration we endure. Then your calculations are incomplete, Aenos said, and despite the blood streaming down his face, despite the trembling in his hands from channeling power that would kill him, if maintained much longer, he smiled. Because you cannot calculate what you cannot conceive. And you cannot conceive of a reality where power does not require corruption, where strength does not demand cruelty, where existence itself rejects the premise that extremes are superior to balance. Philosophy. Nurgle's voice carried the weight of ages, the patient understanding of one who has watched civilizations rise and fall like tides. Pretty words. But words change nothing. All things decay, all structures fail, all hope transforms into despair. This is not cruelty. This is merely truth. Truth observed through lens of entropy, Aenos countered. You see all things ending because you embody ending. But ending is not the only truth. Creation exists. Growth occurs. Transformation persists. You focus on the destination and ignore the journey, declare the finale the only meaningful part of existence. But consciousness does not experience only endings. It exists in the continuous present, where meaning is made not by how things conclude, but by how they are lived. Sophistry. Slaaneş's voice was silk and poison, both promise and threat, wrapped in tones that made listeners ache for sensations they could not name. You dress cowardice in the language of virtue. Claim that restraint is strength when it is merely fear of true experience. We offer liberation. You offer chains dressed as freedom. You offer addiction and call it liberation, Aenos replied. Promise fulfillment that can never satisfy, because satisfaction would end the craving that sustains you. You are predators wearing the mask of benefactors' parasites, claiming to be symbiotes. And you rage against me not because I threaten your existence, but because I threaten your narrative. The story you tell yourselves about why you must exist, why consciousness requires corruption, why meaning necessitates madness. The four avatars of the Chaos Gods pressed closer, their presence crushing down on the palace's defenses with weight that made the void shields flicker and fail. Defenders on the walls felt their minds beginning to fracture from direct exposure to divine malice. Psychers throughout Terra collapsed their consciousnesses, unable to process the conflicting imperatives of four gods demanding simultaneous and contradictory worship. And still Anos continued his work, the veil spreading outward with patient inevitability, restructuring the interface between worlds, despite the Dark God's attempts to prevent its completion. Enough words, Khorne declared, and the Avatar's form solidified into something more coherent, a warrior god preparing for battle. You speak of power without cruelty, strength without violence, victory without bloodshed. Demonstrate these claims. Fight us. Show us this gentle strength you champion. And when you fail, when your compassion proves weakness and your restraint becomes your death, all who witness will learn the lesson you refuse to accept. That chaos is inevitable. Tzeentch added its form, flickering through configurations of increasing complexity. That decay is certain. Nurgle continued, its mass expanding, as if preparing to embrace everything within reach. That excess is liberation. Slaanesh concluded, its perfection becoming weapon. And that the Imperium's methods, however brutal, are the only viable response to realities you are too naive to acknowledge. Anos stood the veil's construction, reaching a critical phase where it could continue without his direct attention for brief moments. Blood continued to flow from his eyes and nose, his clothing saturated with it, his body, but his eyes red as spilled blood. Yet holding no malice met the gazes of four god avatars with unwavering certainty. Very well, he said, and his voice carried across Terra's entire psychic landscape. I will demonstrate what you claim is impossible. Power employed without cruelty, strength wielded with precision, violence that serves purpose rather than being indulged for its own sake. And when you fail to corrupt me, when your manipulation finds no purchase, when your assault breaks against defenses you cannot comprehend, then all who witness will learn a different lesson. He raised one hand, and in his palm appeared a sphere of light. Not psychic energy drawn from the warp, not technology borrowed from the Mechanicus, but origin magic power that existed outside the categories the Dark Gods had spent eons mastering. That power and compassion are not opposites. That one can be strong and kind both. That the price of survival does not have to be the surrender of everything that makes survival worthwhile. The light in his palm expanded, flowing outward to form a blade. Veneziara, the sword of reason, manifesting in response to its wielder's will. It was not a weapon designed for slaughter, though it could kill gods if required. It was an instrument of precise application of force, a tool for cutting away corruption while preserving what could be saved. You have come to kill me before the veil can be completed. Anos set his voice steady, despite the trembling in his hands from power expenditure. To prove that compassion is weakness, and that your way is the only way. But you will fail. Not because I am stronger than you, though I am. Not because I am wiser, though I am that too. But because you have spent so long being what you are that you have forgotten how to imagine alternatives. He pointed Veneziara at the four avatars, the blade's light somehow penetrating the darkness their presence created. Come then. Bring your rage and your schemes, your decay and your excess. Throw everything you have at me, and discover that some things once encountered can be neither corrupted nor destroyed, only accepted or denied. The four Chaos Gods screamed as one, a sound that shattered windows across Terra's surface and made the planet's tectonic plates shudder. Their demon legions surged forward, no longer restrained, pouring toward the palace's defenses in a tide of claws and corruption and madness. The siege had begun in earnest. The largest battle Terra had witnessed in 10,000 years, fought not merely for territory or dominance, but for something far more fundamental. The question of whether power required cruelty to be effective, whether strength necessitated brutality, whether survival demanded the surrender of humanity. And at the battle's center stood Aenos Voldigoad, bleeding and diminished but unbowed, facing four gods, with a sword of light and absolute conviction that kindness was not weakness, that hope was not heresy, that the universe contained possibilities the Chaos Gods could not imagine and would not accept. The storm had come, and in its heart a light began to shine that would not be extinguished by any darkness, no matter how ancient or absolute. The war for humanity's soul had truly begun. Anos stepped forward, and the step carried him between realities. One moment he stood in the throne room, Veneziara, blazing in his hand, blood streaming from eyes that had seen too much power channeled through mortal form. The next, he existed simultaneously in the Materium and Imperium. His consciousness stretched across the barrier between worlds like a bridge connecting incompatible shores. The transition would have destroyed any normal being. Even the Emperor's chosen, those space marines and Grey Knights trained specifically to resist the warp's corruption, could only endure brief exposure to the realm of pure thought and emotion before their minds began to fracture. But Anos was not resisting the warp. He was accepting it, acknowledging its existence, and then teaching it that existence could take forms other than madness. The Imperium revealed itself in its true horror and glory both, not the limited glimpses that psychic sight provided, not the filtered perceptions that protective wards allowed, but direct perception of a dimension where emotion was substance and thought achieved physical form. It was beautiful in the way that stars were beautiful. Vast, indifferent to mortal concerns, operating according to logic that consciousness struggled to process. Colors that did not exist in standard spectra painted landscapes that violated geometric principles. Sounds occurred that had no correlation to physical vibration. Emotions manifested as weather patterns, joy becoming warm winds, and despair coalescing into crushing pressure. And throughout it all, the presence of four vast intelligences, the Chaos Gods whose consciousness permeated the warp like gravity permeated space. They were not merely in this realm. They were this realm, their thoughts and desires shaping its fundamental nature, their emotions providing the substrate. Anos stood in the space between realities, one foot in the material world, where his body continued to bleed the other, in the Imperium, where his consciousness expanded to encompass possibilities that baseline reality rejected. And he continued his work, the veil spreading outward with patient inevitability, restructuring the interface between dimensions despite the dark god's presence pressing against his efforts. Futile. Horn's voice was not sound, but pressure force applied directly to consciousness. The blood god's avatar manifested in the warp's depths, and here in its native realm, it was far more terrible than the projection that had appeared on Terra. It was rage given infinite expression, violence elevated to divine principle. The totality of every drop of blood ever spilled in anger made manifest and conscious. It raised a blade forged from solidified fury, its edge sharp enough to cut concepts rather than merely matter, and brought it down toward Anos with speed that exceeded causality. The attack did not travel through space. It simply occurred beginning and ending simultaneously, bypassing the interval between intent and result. Anos raised Veneziara, and the two blades met. The impact did not produce sound. It produced silence, a momentary absence, where the warp itself paused in shock at the impossibility of what had just occurred. Anos had not blocked the attack through superior speed or greater strength. He had intercepted it by being exactly where it would terminate, having calculated the blade's path through probability space and positioned himself at the single point where intervention was possible. It was not luck. It was absolute understanding, the kind of precision that could only be achieved by someone who perceived time not as linear progression, but as navigable dimension. Khorne's avatar stumbled. Its momentum redirected its certainty, shaken. The blood god had never experienced a parry that felt like acceptance rather than opposition defense, that acknowledged the attack's validity while denying its effectiveness. "You do not fight," the avatar observed, and confusion rippled through its divine consciousness. "You merely redirect. This is not combat. This is cowardice." "This is efficiency," Anos replied, his voice steady, despite the immense strain of maintaining presence in both dimensions while constructing the veil. "You swing your blade to destroy. I position mine to preserve. Your violence is indiscriminate. Mine is precise. You call it cowardice because you cannot comprehend that true strength lies not in how much you can destroy, but in..." He moved, and the movement carried him through the warp like light through water. Tzeentch's avatar awaited, having positioned itself at the point Anos's trajectory would intersect through calculations that spanned 10,000 futures. The architect of fate wore a smile that existed in dimensions mortal minds could not perceive, confident in manipulations that had been centuries in the planning. Magic erupted from the avatar's countless hands, spells woven from pure change and transformation. Reality itself began to unravel, where the working touched physical laws becoming negotiable causality, transforming into mere suggestion. It was power that could unmake solar systems, corruption presented as evolution, damnation dressed in the language of advancement. Anos walked through it. Not around, not deflecting, but through his origin magic flowing outward to create a path of stability through the chaos. Where Tzeentch's spells attempted to transform Anos's power, simply was existing in a state of such fundamental certainty that transformation became impossible. Not because change was prevented, but because there was nothing to change from or to. He existed as he chose to exist, and the warp's attempts to alter that choice failed because they required his consent to achieve purchase. Impossible. Tzeentch's voice carried harmonics of calculation, collapsing schemes, unraveling futures that had seemed certain, dissolving into probability soup. I foresaw every possible response, calculated every defensive stratagem. Your resistance was accounted for. You accounted for resistance, Anos agreed, emerging from the chaotic magic unharmed. But what I offer is not resistance. It is alternative. You present change as inevitable. I demonstrate that stability is a choice. You treat transformation as superior to persistence. I show that both are valid depending on context. Your error is not in your power, but in your certainty that power must be employed according to your particular philosophy. Veneziara swept outward, and its light cut through Tzeentch's avatar like reason through sophistry. Not destroying for the avatar could not be truly destroyed while its god endured. But severing connections, disrupting spell matrices, undoing centuries of careful manipulation with surgical precision. Each cut was specific, targeted, designed to minimize collateral damage while achieving maximum effect. It was combat as art rather than violence. Warfare elevated to surgical intervention. force applied with such exactitude that it seemed gentle despite its lethality. From behind, Nurgle's presence rolled forward like a wave of entropy. The plague. God's avatar was massive beyond comprehension, a mountain of decay that contained every disease, every plague, every patient process of biological corruption that had ever consumed. It did not attack quickly, did not need to. It simply advanced with the inevitability of time itself bringing dissolution to everything its presence touched. The veil Anos was constructing began to degrade. Where Nurgle's influence reached it, the careful structure he had spent hours building, corroding under pressure of concentrated entropy. This was the danger. He had anticipated the cost of maintaining presence in the warp, while constructing something that required absolute stability. Nurgle embodied the opposite of stability. The principle that all structures eventually failed, all order dissolved into blessed stagnation. You cannot win. Nurgle's voice was patient, understanding. Grandfatherly wisdom corrupted into acceptance of defeat. I am ending. I am the final truth that awaits all things. Your veil will decay like everything else. Your body will fail. Your consciousness will fragment. And in that failure you will find peace. Peace through surrender, Anos said, turning to face the avatar of decay. Comfort through acceptance of defeat. Rest purchased by abandoning struggle. These are not gifts, Nurgle. They are merely elaborate excuses for giving up. He raised his hand, and origin magic flowed outward in patterns that made Nurgle's avatar recoil. Not healing magic for healing implied damage to be repaired. Instead, Anos was restructuring the concept of decay itself, teaching it that entropy was not the only valid endpoint, that systems could achieve stable configurations that persisted despite thermodynamic principles suggesting eventual heat death. The veil's damaged sections regenerated. Not restored to previous state, but transformed into something more resilient, learning from the attack and adapting its structure to resist future corruption. It was evolution in real-time stability that improved through challenge, rather than weakening under assault. Heresy against nature itself. Nurgle protested, and for the first time the plague god's voice carried something approaching alarm. You violate fundamental principles. Entropy is not negotiable. Decay is not optional. All things must end. All things change, Anos corrected. But change is not synonymous with degradation. Systems can evolve toward greater complexity rather than lesser. Order can emerge from chaos. Meaning can persist despite the universe's tendency toward meaninglessness. You have mistaken one particular form of change, decay, for the totality of change itself. But you are wrong. And your wrongness is about to become undeniable. Venesiara's light expanded, and where it touched Nurgle's avatar, the processes of decay reversed. Not undone, for that would be mere restoration, but transformed. Rot became compost from which new growth could emerge. Disease became catalyst for immune system adaptation. Death became transition rather than ending. Each transformation, precise, purposeful, demonstrating that even entropy could serve life if directed properly. And from the fourth cardinal direction came Slaanesh, and the Dark Prince was terrible beauty, given malice. Its avatar moved with grace, that made art seem clumsy, spoke with voice that made music seem discordant, existed in states of perfection so absolute they became horrific. It offered everything consciousness could desire, and nothing that consciousness actually needed. Join us. Slaanesh's voice was silk poison, promise, and threat, woven into tones that made listeners ache for sensations they could not name. Why resist? Why limit yourself to this pale existence when infinite experience awaits? I offer liberation from restraint, freedom from choice, the ecstasy of absolute indulgence. You offer addiction dressed as liberation, Anos, pleasure without end that can never satisfy because satisfaction would terminate the craving that sustains you. You promise fulfillment, but deliver only intensifying hunger. You are the god of never enough, the eternal itch that's scratching only inflames. Slaanesh's avatar laughed, and the sound made stars ache with longing. Such certainty, such conviction. But I have observed your battles, felt your power, witnessed your precision. You take pleasure in your technique, pride in your capability. You are already mine, Anos, Voldigoad. You simply refuse to acknowledge it. I take satisfaction in purpose achieved, Anos countered. Pride in precision employed towards specific ends. These are not the same as the excess you embody. You conflate all positive sensation with your particular brand of obsession. But pleasure in accomplishment is not the same as pleasure as ultimate goal. Context matters. Purpose matters. You have forgotten this, or perhaps never learned it, and that ignorance is your weakness. He advanced toward Slaanesh's avatar, and the Dark Prince retreated fractionally. Not from fear, for gods did not fear, but from sudden recognition that Anos represented something it could not corrupt, because corruption required desire that exceeded purpose. And Anos desired nothing beyond the completion of his task, took no pleasure in power itself, found no satisfaction in dominance or victory abstracted from meaning. He was everything Slaanesh embodied, inverted and made purposeful. Perfection without narcissism, power without pride, capability without the need for validation. He could have indulged any excess, yet chose restraint not from fear, but from recognition that restraint served his purposes better than indulgence. It was intolerable. It was undeniable. And Slaanesh, for the first time in its existence, experienced something approaching genuine frustration. Anos stood at the center of the four god avatars. Veneziara blazing in his hand, his consciousness stretched across dimensions, his body bleeding in the throne room, while his mind fought battles in the Imperium. The veil continued to spread now, encompassing 60% of Terra's psychic topography, restructuring the interface between worlds despite the Dark God's attempts to prevent its completion. And the cost was becoming evident. Blood flowed more freely now, not just from his eyes and nose, but from his ears, his mouth seeping through pores as his physical form registered the impossibility of what it was being asked to endure. His hands trembled. His breath came in ragged gasps. The connection between his material body and immaterial consciousness began to fray threads of coherence, unraveling under strain that exceeded even his considerable tolerance. You are dying. The four gods spoke as one, their voices merging into chorus of divine certainty. Your consciousness fragments. Your veil remains incomplete. Surrender now, and we will grant you merciful ending. Continue and you will suffer dissolution across both dimensions, existence and non-existence, simultaneously awareness trapped in eternal dying. Anos smiled and blood stained his teeth crimson. You misunderstand what is occurring. I am not dying. I am choosing. Choosing to expend myself completely to demonstrate a principle you refuse to accept. That some things are worth more than survival. That meaning can exceed existence. That one person sacrificing themselves for purpose they believe transcends their individual persistence can achieve what gods cannot. He raised Veneziara, and the blade's light intensified until it seemed to outshine even the Emperor's psychic presence. Origin magic flowed through him with such intensity that his physical form became translucent flesh, transforming into light matter. You asked me to demonstrate power without cruelty. I have done so. You challenged me to show strength wielded gently. I have met that challenge. You demanded proof that compassion is not weakness. Observe. The veil surged outward, its growth accelerating as Anos channeled everything that remained of his physical coherence into its completion. 70% coverage, 80, 90. The restructured interface spreading across Terra's entire psychic surface, creating that membrane between worlds that would allow coexistence without consumption. The four Chaos gods screamed as one recognizing what was occurring. Ainos was not merely creating a defense. He was fundamentally altering the rules of engagement between Materium and Immaterium. Teaching reality that the binary of order versus chaos was incomplete, that balance was possible, that extremes need not dominate existence. They threw everything they possessed at him, every demon at their command, every corrupted soul who had pledged service. Every manipulation, every temptation, every assault their divine consciousnesses could conceive. The warp itself convulsed as four gods focused their entire attention on stopping a single mortal who dared suggest they were not inevitable. And Anos endured. Not through greater power, though his power was vast. Not through superior strategy, though his understanding exceeded theirs. But through something simpler and far more dangerous to their existence, absolute conviction that he was correct and they were wrong, combined with willingness to sacrifice everything to prove it. Veneziara swept outward in four simultaneous arcs, each one precisely calculated to sever the connection between avatar and deity. The blade's light cut through divine essence like reason. Through delusion, not destroying the gods they could not be destroyed, while consciousness persisted, but severing their ability to manifest directly in baseline reality. The four avatars dissolved not in violence, but in gentle dissipation, returning to the warp's depths like mist burning away under morning sun. And as they faded, the veil completed, snapping into place across Terra's entire psychic topography, with finality that made reality itself shudder in recognition of transformation achieved. The interface between Materium and Immaterium had been restructured. The warp could still be accessed. Demons could still manifest. But now they would have to operate according to different rules, forced to exist in context to acknowledge that their particular brand of extreme was not the totality of existence. Chaos had not been destroyed, but it had been diminished, forced to coexist with other aspects of reality rather than dominating existence entirely. And the cost had been paid in full. Anos collapsed his consciousness, finally unable to maintain presence across both dimensions. His physical body, pushed far beyond any reasonable limit, began to fade. Caught in quantum superposition between existence and non-existence. He had expended himself completely, burned through every reserve, sacrificed coherence itself to complete the working. In the throne room, the Emperor felt it happen. Felt Anos beginning to dissolve, his essence spreading across the boundary between worlds like ink and water. The entity who had challenged 10,000 years of imperial doctrine, who had demonstrated that power and compassion could coexist, was paying the ultimate price for that demonstration. And for the first time in 10 millennia, the Emperor made a choice based not on necessity, but on something else. Something he had thought long dead in his psychic corpse. Gratitude, respect, and perhaps, though he would never admit it, the beginning of genuine admiration. His vast consciousness reached out, catching Anos before complete dissolution. Psychic power that had maintained the Astronomicon for 10,000 years, redirected toward a single purpose, preserving the being who had shown him that alternatives existed to the brutal path he had chosen. It would not be complete preservation. Could not be, for the damage was too extensive, the cost too thoroughly paid. But it might be enough to prevent total loss, to keep Anos's essence coherent long enough for recovery, however partial that recovery might be. If consciousness persisted, if identity could be maintained, then the sacrifice would not be absolute. The light that had shone so brightly, challenging darkness with gentle certainty, would not be entirely extinguished. On Terra's surface, the demon legions found themselves unable to advance. The veil's influence spread outward from the palace, and where it touched reality itself, rejected their presence. Not violently, not through destruction, but through they could persist, but only if they acknowledged that rage was not the totality of existence, that change required context, that decay was not inevitable, that excess was choice rather than liberation. And demons, beings whose entire nature was predicated on absolute expression of singular emotions, could not make such acknowledgments without ceasing to be what they were. They began to fade, drawn back into the warp, not by force, but by reality's gentle insistence that balance was superior to extremes. The siege dissolved not in dramatic banishment, but in gradual recognition that the rules of engagement had changed fundamentally. The largest chaos assault in 10,000 years ended not with victory or defeat, but with transformation. The question had been answered not through philosophy, but through demonstration, not through words, but through one person's willingness to sacrifice everything to prove that power could be gentle, that strength could be kind, that the price of survival did not have to be the surrender of humanity's soul. And in the throne room, as tech priests rushed to stabilize systems that reported readings they could not process, as custodians stood in stunned silence trying to reconcile what they had witnessed with their understanding of reality, Anos Voldigoad existed in state of quantum uncertainty. Alive, yet dying. Present, yet absent. Caught between dimensions, his essence distributed across the barrier he had created, maintained only by the Emperor's desperate effort to preserve consciousness that had taught him something he thought could no longer be learned. That change was possible, that even 10,000 years of accumulated error could be corrected. That admitting failure was not weakness, but the first step towards something better. The veil of balance held stable and functional, a permanent alteration to the fundamental nature of how Materium and Imperium interacted. It would not solve every problem, would not eliminate chaos or prevent corruption, but it had demonstrated something more important than any tactical victory. That chaos was not inevitable. That darkness could be resisted without becoming dark. That hope was not heresy, but humanity's birthright. And that sacrifice, when offered with purpose, rather than extracted through cruelty, could achieve miracles that power alone could never accomplish. The war for humanity's soul had been won. But the cost had been terrible, and the consequences were only beginning to manifest. Terra stood defended, the veil held, and Anos Voldigoad drifted in quantum superposition, his fate uncertain, his demonstration complete, his message through actions that proved words true, through sacrifice that validated philosophy, through one person's absolute conviction that the universe contained possibilities the chaos gods could not imagine and would not accept. The storm had passed. The light remained. And nothing would ever be quite the same. The silence persisted for 3 days. Not the absence of sound, for Terra's machinery still ground forward with its eternal industrial rhythm, but a deeper silence, a psychic stillness that settled across the throne world like snow on ancient stone. Those sensitive to the warp felt it most acutely, a sudden absence of the constant pressure that had characterized reality for as long as human consciousness had existed. The screaming had stopped. For 10,000 years, psychers had lived with the knowledge that the warp howled at the edges of perception predators circling just beyond sight corruption, waiting for any moment of weakness. They had trained themselves to maintain constant vigilance, to never fully relax, to understand that consciousness itself was a vulnerability that malevolent forces sought to exploit. But now, in the wake of Anos's transformation and the Veil's completion, something fundamental had changed. The warp still existed. Demons could still manifest. Chaos remained a threat that required eternal vigilance. But the quality of that threat had transformed. Where before it had felt like drowning in an ocean of malice, now it felt more like standing beside a dangerous river. Something to be respected, something requiring caution, but no longer an all-consuming presence that threatened to devour consciousness at any moment. In the Scholastica Psychana, where the Imperium trained its sanctioned psychers, 17 instructors collapsed simultaneously as the change registered. Not from corruption or psychic assault, but from simple sensory overload, as minds accustomed to constant threat suddenly experienced something approaching peace. When they recovered, most could not articulate what had occurred. They knew only that the universe felt different, as if someone had opened a window in a room that had been sealed for millennia, allowing fresh air to circulate through spaces that had grown accustomed to their own stagnation. The youngest among them, a girl barely 14 who had demonstrated psychic potential that would normally have earned execution or servitor conversion, was the first to find words for the experience. "The ocean learned how to breathe," she said, her voice carrying wonder that training had not yet suppressed. "It's still there, still dangerous, but it's not trying to drown us anymore." Her instructors should have punished her for such poetic heresy. But they found themselves unable to issue correction, because her words captured something they all felt but could not name. In the throne room, the Emperor maintained his vigil with consciousness that had expanded to encompass Terra's entire psychic topography. He could feel the Veil's influence radiating outward, spreading through the warp, at speeds that violated physical law. And he felt something else, something he had not experienced in so long. That recognition came slowly, filtered through 10,000 years of accumulated suffering and bitter necessity. Relief, the burden he had carried for 10 millennia, had lightened fractionally. The Astronomicon still required sacrifice to maintain. But the daily toll had already begun to decrease from 1,000 souls to 973 as of the last measurement. It was not salvation, but it was evidence that salvation might be possible. He was right, the Emperor said to the empty throne room. About everything. A custodian stood nearby, the same warrior who had questioned his creator days before. "Lord," he said finally, "what was he?" The Emperor considered the question, examining every interaction he had shared with Anos. "He was what I claimed to be. Power in service of protection, strength employed for preservation. Everything I told myself I represented before 10,000 years of brutal necessity revealed that I had confused the means with the end. He was what I might have been had I possessed greater courage." The custodian absorbed this admission that should have been impossible. "Then everything we have done, all of it, was based on flawed premise." "Not entirely flawed. The threats are real. But the scale of brutality, the systematic cruelty, the elimination of hope as policy rather than unfortunate necessity. Yes, that was error. The Emperor's withered hand moved fractionally, reaching toward the recognition of failure, acceptance of responsibility. I built the Imperium on fear because I believed fear was necessary. But Anos demonstrated that necessity was merely convenience. And in speaking that truth, something occurred that had not happened since the Emperor ascended to the golden throne. He wept. Not with eyes for those had long since ceased to function, but psychically, a single drop of grief so concentrated that it achieved physical manifestation, condensing from pure emotion into actual liquid that fell from the golden throne to strike the floor with a sound like breaking glass. The custodian stared at that single tear transfixed. In his 500 years of service, he had never witnessed his creator display vulnerability. But there it was, gleaming on the floor, evidence that gods could grieve, that power could acknowledge loss, that even beings whose consciousness spanned galaxies could mourn. The tear spread slowly across the ancient stone, and where it touched, something changed. As if that single drop of divine grief had consecrated the space where Anos Voldigoad had made his final stand. The custodian knelt not in submission, but in reverence. Around the throne room, his brothers did likewise, recognizing that they were present for something unprecedented. "I did not know him long," the Emperor said, "less than a week measured in standard time. Yet he accomplished what 10 millennia of loyal servants could not. He made me question whether the path I chose was the only path available. He did not defeat chaos, but he proved that those threats are not absolute, that resistance does not require becoming the enemy, that survival does not demand the price we have been paying. And for that demonstration, he sacrificed himself completely." The Emperor's consciousness focused on the space where Anos had stood during their final confrontation, where trace resonance still lingered. He saw that I had become trapped by my own choices, unable to change course, because change would require admitting error of such magnitude that it would shatter faith across 10 billion worlds. So he did not demand I admit error. He simply demonstrated what was possible and left me to draw my own conclusions. It was mercy of a sort I had forgotten existed. Across Terra, in the hours following the Emperor's tear, something began to happen that had not occurred in 10,000 years. People dreamed. Not nightmares, not corruption-laden visions, but actual dreams. Visions of possibility. Hopes that did not immediately curdle into fear. A factory worker dreamed of a son who became something other than servitor. A tech priest dreamed of innovation. An ecclesiarchy preacher dreamed of spreading joy rather than fear. Small dreams, private dreams. But they persisted because the veil's influence had changed something fundamental. Hope was no longer heretical, or rather it remained officially heretical. But the universe itself had stopped treating it as corruption. In the inquisitorial fortress overlooking the palace, Lord Xavian Tor stood at a window. He had not slept in 3 days, reviewing every interaction with Anos. He had come to a conclusion that violated every principle his centuries of service had instilled. The stranger had been right. He activated his Vox, connecting to inquisitorial channels across the sector. "This is Lord Inquisitor Tor. I am issuing immediate cessation of all executions pending review. Not because the threats have disappeared, but because we must consider whether our responses have been achieving their intended purposes." The response was immediate and furious. But beneath the fury, Tor heard relief, gratitude, and most dangerous of all, hope. "I am not suggesting we cease vigilance," Tor continued. "I am suggesting we begin asking whether vigilance requires the particular brand of brutality we have normalized." Anos Voldigoad demonstrated that power and compassion are not opposites. He died proving these principles. The question is whether we possess sufficient courage to honor that sacrifice by attempting to learn from it. The Vox fell silent. Questions that would spread slowly, but inevitably, root systems growing through the Imperium's foundation. On the Golden Throne, the Emperor felt Tor's declaration ripple through the Imperium's psychic topology. He recognized what was beginning not revolution, but the first stirrings of institutional doubt. It would take centuries, perhaps millennia. But change was now possible in ways it had not been for 10,000 years. The Emperor's consciousness reached outward once more, feeling for the distributed awareness that had been Annus Voldigoad, woven throughout the veil's structure. "Thank you," he said, "for teaching me what I should have learned 10,000 years ago. For having courage I lacked. I cannot promise that the Imperium will learn, but I can promise this: I will remember. Will attempt, however imperfectly, to build something better than what I have maintained for 10 millennia." No response came, for Anos existed now beyond conventional communication. But the veil itself seemed to pulse fractionally, as if acknowledging the Emperor's words. The silence persisted, but it was no longer empty silence. It had become pregnant silence, full of possibilities that had not existed before. Terra stood transformed. The veil held. And somewhere in the space between realities, a consciousness that had once been Annus Voldigoad waited with infinite patience. The demonstration was complete. The price was paid. And the universe was beginning to change, one tier. One question. One person's absolute conviction that better was possible. From small seeds given time and care, forests could grow. The silence persisted, and in that silence, impossibly, hope began to take root. 200 years passed like blood through stone, slowly, inevitably, leaving stains that could not be erased. The Imperium did not transform overnight. Could not have, for institutions spanning 10 billion worlds, possessed inertia that exceeded the mass of stars. But something had shifted. Some fundamental assumption had been questioned, and questions once seated in consciousness grew with the patience of deep roots. The schism began quietly in prayer chambers and meditation cells, where individuals dared to wonder whether the Emperor's love might manifest as something other than endless suffering. It spread through whispered conversations, in manufactorum shadows, through coded messages exchanged between worlds, through the dangerous act of hope shared between those who had been taught that hope itself was heresy. Within 50 years, the movement had acquired a name spoken by supporters with reverence, and by opponents with disgust, the doctrine of balance. Its adherents did not reject the Emperor's divinity or question humanity's need for protection, but they suggested with increasing boldness that protection need not require systematic brutalization, that faith could be expressed through something other than fear, that the Emperor's true will might have been corrupted by those who claimed to interpret it. They told stories of Annus Voldigoad, the demon king of compassion, who had proven that power and kindness were not opposites. Tales that should have died as heresy, but persisted anyway, carried by soldiers returning from Terra, by psychers who had felt the veil's influence, by those who had witnessed the 3 days of silence, and emerged changed. The ecclesiarchy condemned the movement immediately, declared it tech heresy, Xenos corruption, chaos, infiltration wearing the mask of reform. Inquisitors were dispatched to root out the faithful, to purge the hopeful, to eliminate any suggestion that the Imperium's methods might be flawed. But the purges faltered, because the doctrine of balance had spread not through corruption or coercion, but through simple recognition that the universe felt different since the Veil's creation, that the warp's hostility had diminished, that perhaps alternatives existed to 10,000 years of brutal necessity. And because for the first time in Imperial history, significant portions of the military refused to enforce the purges. Space Marine chapters split along doctrinal lines. Some, particularly those who had fought on Terra during Anos's confrontation with the Chaos Gods, declared that they had witnessed truth that superseded traditional interpretation. Others, faithful to 10 millennia of established practice, declared such claims to be the worst form of heresy corruption that wore the mask of enlightenment. The Imperial Guard fractured similarly. Regiments that had served together for centuries found themselves divided not by chaos corruption, but by genuine philosophical disagreement about the nature of faith and the price of survival. The Mechanicus, typically unified by devotion to the Omnissiah, discovered that their ranks contained those who had studied the Veil's structure and concluded that it represented principles beyond current theoretical frameworks. Tech priests, who insisted that knowledge should expand rather than merely maintain, found themselves opposed by those who declared that the old certainties were sacred precisely because they were old. Even the Inquisition, that bastion of absolute conviction, found internal divisions emerging. Factions formed around questions that should never have been asked. Whether the Imperium's brutality served its stated purposes, whether systematic cruelty fed the chaos they sought to starve, whether Anos Voldigoad the Emperor watched it unfold from his golden throne with consciousness that encompassed the growing schism. He could have ended it with a word, could have declared with absolute authority which interpretation was correct. His psychic voice could reach across the galaxy. His will could enforce unity through methods that 10,000 years had proven effective. But he remained silent. Not from indecision or weakness, but from recognition that silence itself was answer. Anos had taught him that certainty could be prison, that admitting doubt was not weakness, but prerequisite for growth. And so, the Emperor allowed his Imperium to struggle with questions he himself could not definitively answer. Was the doctrine of balance correct? Or was it dangerous naivety that would lead to humanity's destruction the moment chaos found vulnerability to exploit? He did not know. And that uncertainty, after 10 millennia of absolute conviction, felt almost like liberation. The conflict escalated slowly, friction building like pressure in sealed chambers. Individual disputes became sectoral tensions. Sectoral tensions metastasized into open hostilities. And 187 years after Anos' sacrifice, the Imperium finally acknowledged what had become undeniable: civil war. Not the corruption of chaos, not the manipulation of Xenos, but genuine ideological conflict between factions that both claimed to serve humanity's survival, yet disagreed fundamentally about what survival required. The orthodox Imperium, maintaining that the old ways were necessary, regardless of their brutality, that fear was the only reliable foundation for civilization, that any deviation from 10,000 years of established practice invited catastrophe. And the balanced faith, arguing that methods which fed chaos could not defeat chaos, that systematic cruelty achieved the opposite of its intent, that Anos Voldigoad's demonstration proved alternatives existed even if implementing them risked uncertainty. Neither side was evil, neither was corrupted. Both believed with absolute sincerity that their path offered humanity's best chance at survival. And that sincerity made the conflict more terrible than any chaos invasion. Because it was humans killing humans, not from corruption, but from genuine conviction about what constituted proper service to the Emperor's will. The battlefields were strange to those accustomed to conventional warfare. No demons manifested to exploit the conflict. No warp rifts opened to consume the combatants. The veil's influence persisted, maintaining balance, even as humanity tore itself apart over questions of how that balance should be interpreted. It was war without chaos's direct involvement. Combat between those who believed in rule through fear and those who believed fear itself was the enemy. Conflict that the Imperium had never experienced before and had no doctrine to address. Inquisitor Lear, the sculptor, had been executed for heresy 2 years after completing the work. But the statue remained too solid to easily destroy, too public to remove without acknowledging what it represented. And so, it stood unofficial shrine to a figure the Imperium could neither fully embrace nor completely condemn. Lyria had come here seeking clarity. Her mission parameters were simple: investigate reports of balanced faith sympathizers among the planetary defense forces and recommend appropriate sanctions. Standard assignment, the kind she had completed dozens of times. But this time felt different. Because the evidence she had gathered suggested that the sympathizers were not corrupted, not compromised, not serving any agenda beyond genuine belief that the Imperium's methods required reconsideration. They were good soldiers, loyal to humanity, faithful to the Emperor. They simply believed, based on their own experiences with the Veil's influence, that faith could be expressed through something other than fear. And Lyria, standing before the statue, found herself unable to condemn that belief as heresy. "You complicate everything," she said to the stone figure, her voice carrying both frustration and something approaching awe. The Imperium functioned for 10,000 years on absolute certainty. Good and evil clearly defined. Loyalty and heresy easily distinguished. But you suggested that the categories themselves were inadequate. She stepped closer, examining the statue's face with professional attention to detail. The sculptor had captured something in the eyes, a quality of certainty that somehow avoided arrogance, confidence that felt like observation rather than assumption. "If you were right," Lyria continued, speaking thoughts she would never voice to another living person, "every execution I authorized, every world I condemned, every act of brutal necessity that I told myself protected humanity. All of it would have achieved the opposite of its intent." The statue offered no answer, but she had not expected one. She was speaking to herself, using the figure as focus for doubts that had accumulated through years of service. Behind her, footsteps approached. She turned to find Brother Sergeant Varen of the Crimson Templars, his power armor bearing the modifications that marked him as adherent to the balanced faith. His chapter had split 3 years prior, brother fighting brother, over questions of doctrine and interpretation. "Inquisitor," he said, his voice emerging from Vox grills with unexpected gentleness, "have you reached your conclusion?" Lyria studied him, this warrior who had spent 2 centuries defending humanity, yet now stood opposed to the Imperium's traditional methods. His beliefs contradicted established doctrine. His chapter's schism had cost the Imperium resources it could not afford to waste. But looking at him, she saw only someone who had witnessed something that changed his understanding of reality and responded with integrity rather than denial. "I cannot condemn you," she said finally, the admission emerging slowly, as if extracted against resistance. "I lack sufficient certainty that condemnation would be just rather than merely convenient." Varen's expression, visible through his helmet's visual sensors, registered something between surprise and relief. "You risk much by speaking such thoughts aloud." "I risk more by remaining silent," Lyria countered. Annos Voldigoad died, proving that alternatives exist. If I ignore that demonstration simply because acknowledging it complicates my mission parameters, I become exactly what he challenged: someone who chooses comfort over truth. She turned back to the statue, addressing it as much as the Space Marine. The Imperium is tearing itself apart. Not from chaos corruption, but from genuine disagreement about what service to humanity requires. Brother fighting brother, sister condemning sister, all of it because one person dared to suggest that fear was insufficient foundation for civilization. And was he wrong? Varen asked quietly. Lyria stood silent, the question hanging between them like smoke. Was Anos wrong? Had his demonstration been merely naive idealism that would crumble when subjected to reality's harsh necessities? Or had he been correct, and the Imperium's 10,000 years of brutal practice was error, so fundamental that correction would require transformation beyond comfortable limits she did not know? Could not know with the certainty her position demanded. And that uncertainty felt simultaneously terrifying and somehow honest, as if she had spent her life carrying a burden, and only now recognized that the weight was optional rather than inevitable. I do not know if he was wrong, she admitted. But I know the universe changed when the veil was created. The warp's hostility diminished. Psychers report stability they never experienced before. The Astronomicon requires fewer deaths to maintain. Something fundamental shifted. She gestured to the statue. Perhaps he was naive. Perhaps his compassion would have achieved nothing beyond making humanity vulnerable. But perhaps the Imperium's certainty about the necessity of cruelty was naive, and his demonstration revealed truth we were too afraid to acknowledge. Then what do you recommend? Varen asked. For my brothers and I who believe the balanced faith offers humanity's best path forward. Lyria considered the question, weighing duty against integrity, established doctrine against observed reality. Her training dictated one answer, her conscience suggested another, and for the first time in her career, she found herself unable to simply follow training without question. I recommend, she said slowly, that we stop killing each other long enough to actually test the propositions. The Imperium has spent 10,000 years proving that fear works as foundation for civilization. Perhaps it is time to discover whether anything else might work better. Your superiors will declare you excommunicate traitorous for such recommendations. Probably, Lyria agreed. But Anos Voldigoad was declared heretic by those whose certainty he challenged. And he responded not by fighting them, but by demonstrating truth they could not. Perhaps that is the lesson, that truth does not require defense, only presentation. She reached out, placing one hand on the statue's base, where an inscription had been carved by unknown hand. No one can erase the darkness, but making it pause is itself miracle. He made it pause, Lyria said. Forced chaos itself to acknowledge that its dominion was not absolute. And he did it not through superior cruelty, but through superior conviction. Perhaps that is what faith should be, not certainty that crushes doubt, but commitment that persists despite uncertainty. Varen knelt, the gesture of respect rather than submission. You offer us something we have not received from the Inquisition, honest consideration, rather than automatic condemnation. I offer you what Anos offered the Emperor, Lyria corrected. The recognition that being wrong is not failure if being wrong leads to learning. The Imperium has been wrong for 10, continuing to be wrong simply because we have invested so much in the error is not loyalty. It is merely stubbornness. She turned from the statue, facing the Space Marine directly. I will report that this sector shows no signs of chaos corruption. That ideological differences exist but do not constitute heresy. That the balanced faith, whatever its flaws, is not enemy to humanity's survival. Such a report will end your career. Perhaps, Lyria acknowledged. But a career built on enforcing errors is not worth preserving. Anos demonstrated that sacrifice in service of truth achieves more than survival in service of comfortable lies. She began walking away from the statue, then paused, looking back one final time. "If you were still here," she said to the stone figure, "what would you tell us? How do we proceed when certainty fails and alternatives remain unclear?" The statue offered no answer. But standing there in the ruined garden, surrounded by evidence of humanity's tendency to destroy itself over questions of interpretation, Lyria felt something that her training had taught her to suppress. Hope, not the naive optimism that ignored reality's harshness, but grounded possibility based on observed change. The veil persisted. The warp had been balanced. And if one person's sacrifice could achieve that transformation, perhaps collective effort could achieve more. The civil war would continue. The schism would deepen before it healed, if it healed at all. Blood would be spilled over questions that might never have definitive answers. The Imperium would suffer damage that centuries of external threats had failed to inflict. But it would be human conflict, not chaos corruption. Genuine disagreement, not demonic manipulation. The struggle to define what humanity was worth fighting for, rather than mere fight for survival, without questioning whether survival alone was sufficient purpose. Anos had given them that gift, the space to struggle with meaning, rather than merely endure existence. Whether they would use that gift wisely remained to be determined. But the possibility existed. And possibility, after 10,000 years of grim certainty, was itself a form of miracle. Lyria walked away from the statue, leaving Varen kneeling in contemplation. Behind her, the stone figure continued its eternal vigil, neither judging nor condemning, simply existing as a reminder that alternatives had been demonstrated, that questions had been asked, that someone had possessed courage to suggest that 10 millennia of accumulated practice might be less than perfect. The Imperium tore itself apart over questions of interpretation. But it was their choice to tear their conflict to resolve their future, to determine. Anos had not solved their problems. He had simply proven that solutions other than endless suffering might exist. What they did with that knowledge was up to them. And across the galaxy, on 10 billion worlds, where humans lived and died without knowing why, similar struggles played out. Similar questions emerged. Similar doubts infected certainties that had seemed eternal. It was not peace, not salvation, not the transformation that optimists might have hoped for. But it was change, real change, purchased at terrible price, maintained by those with courage to honor the sacrifice that made it possible. The doctrine of balance spread. The orthodox Imperium resisted. And between them, in spaces where certainty failed and alternatives remained unclear, humanity struggled to define itself. Not through external enemies, but through internal questions. Not by fighting chaos, but by wrestling, not to give them answers, but to force them to ask questions they had spent 10,000 years avoiding. And in asking, to discover that they were more than the brutal machinery of survival suggested. That consciousness contained possibilities beyond mere persistence. That meaning could exist even in a universe that seemed designed to crush it. The statue stood silent in the ruined garden, witness to struggles. It had helped create memorial to someone who had demonstrated that one person choosing correctly could alter the course of civilizations. The war continued. The questions persisted. And somewhere in the space between realities, distributed across the veil's structure, a consciousness that had once been Anos Voldigoad waited with infinite patience. The seeds had been planted. Now they would see what grew. Time passed, as it always did, as it always would. 3,000 years after Anos Voldigoad walked into the imperial palace and challenged the foundations of an empire, his name had become something between history and mythology. The doctrine of balance and orthodox Imperium had fought their civil war to exhaustion, eventually settling into uneasy coexistence rather than resolution. Neither side had won, neither had lost. They simply persisted parallel interpretations of the same fundamental faith-competing visions of what humanity's survival required. The schism had scarred the Imperium in ways that chaos invasions never had. Scars that healed slowly, leaving mark and memory both. But something else had emerged from that struggle, something that even the conflict's architects had not anticipated. The ability to doubt. For 10,000 years, the Imperium had operated on absolute certainty. The Emperor was divine. His methods were perfect. Deviation was heresy. These truths were self-evident beyond question, requiring no justification, because they formed the axioms from which all else derived. But Anos had introduced uncertainty into that system, had demonstrated that certainty itself could be flawed, that conviction untempered by humility he became prison rather than strength. And once introduced uncertainty, could not be fully eliminated, only managed, contextualized, made productive rather than destructive. The Imperium learned slowly and painfully to function despite doubt, to make decisions without absolute confidence in their correctness, to acknowledge that multiple approaches might be valid depending on context and circumstance. It was transformation so subtle that many did not recognize it was occurring, institutional evolution measured in centuries rather than moments. But it was real, and it persisted. On a world called Redemption's Edge, in a sector that had changed names 17 times since the Civil War, an astropath named Kael maintained his vigil. He was old even by the standards of his kind, his psychic senses worn by centuries of navigating the warp's depths. His physical eyes had been burned out and his sanctioning replaced with empty sockets that wept blood when he pushed his consciousness too far into the immaterium. But his inner sight remained sharp-honed by a lifetime of reading the currents and eddies of humanity's collective unconscious. He sat in his meditation cell consciousness, drifting through the layers of reality that normal humans could not perceive. The warp remained dangerous, still home to entities that sought to corrupt and consume. But the quality of that danger had changed since his training, according to stories the older astropaths told. They spoke of a time before the veil, when touching the warp felt like drowning an ocean of malice. Kael had never experienced that, had known only the current configuration, where the warp was dangerous but navigable, threatening, yet not overwhelming. He considered it normal. It was simply how reality worked, like gravity or thermodynamics. But the elder astropaths insisted it had not always been so, that someone had changed the fundamental nature of psychic experience, paying a price that legends could only approximate. Kael drifted deeper into his meditation consciousness, expanding outward to touch the boundaries of the veil itself. He could feel its structure, that organized interface between materium and immaterium, neither barrier nor portal, but something else, a protocol for coexistence, rules of engagement that prevented either reality from dominating the other. And within that structure, he felt something that should not exist. A presence, not consciousness in any conventional sense, but awareness distributed across the veil's entire expanse, identity, without location existence that transcended categories of alive or dead. It noticed him. This presence that spanned dimensions that existed simultaneously, nowhere and everywhere the veil touched, became aware of his observation, and it spoke. Not with words, for words were inadequate to the concept, but with pure meaning impressed directly into consciousness. If fear is chains, I have broken them. Kael gasped, his meditation shattering as the message registered. He opened eyes that could not see blood streaming from empty sockets in physical manifestation of psychic strain. His hands trembled as he reached for the transcription equipment that every astropath maintained, desperate to record the message before memory faded, or doubt made him question what he had experienced. But his hands stilled before touching the controls. Because he realized that transcription was unnecessary. The message was not meant for records or analysis. It was simply statement of fact observation about what had been achieved. Reminder that persisted across millennia. Someone had broken the chains of fear, had demonstrated that consciousness need not be enslaved by terror, that existence could continue without constant dread of corruption or destruction. The proof was the veil itself, that structure which had persisted for 3,000 years without requiring maintenance or power source. It simply was. Like mathematics. Like truth. Unchanging because change was unnecessary, enduring because alternatives had been proven inferior. Kael sat in his meditation cell, blind eyes weeping, and felt something that his training had taught him to suppress. Wonder. Not the dangerous curiosity that led to corruption, but simple appreciation for what had been accomplished. One person had had paid ultimate price to prove that alternatives existed, and that transformation persisted long after the transformer had dissolved into legend. He whispered the message aloud, speaking to the empty cell, his voice carrying reverence usually reserved for prayers to the Emperor. If fear is chains, you have broken them. The presence in the veil offered no further response. It had said what needed saying, delivered its message across 3 millennia, reminded consciousness that lessons once taught could not be entirely forgotten. Kael emerged from his cell hours later, his face still marked by the blood that had flowed from his empty sockets. Other astropaths noticed, but did not comment. They recognized the signs of deep meditation of consciousness pushed to extremes, where glimpses of fundamental truths became possible. One, a woman who sank. "You touched something," she said, statement rather than question. Kael nodded slowly. The 5th aspect, the balance that persists. I felt not consciousness exactly, but purpose that has outlived the person who held it. As if intention could exist independent of the intender meaning, without someone to mean it. Anos Voldigoad, the woman said, and the name emerged as something between whisper and prayer. The old stories say he became what he created, sacrificed individual existence to sustain the veil indefinitely. The stories are true, Kael confirmed. I felt him, or what remains of him, purpose that has forgotten the person who formed it, yet continues anyway. It is... He paused, searching for adequate words and finding none. It is what dedication looks like when taken to absolute extreme. Sacrifice so complete that only the ideal survives. The woman stood silent, processing implications that reached beyond. Then quietly, "Do you think he knows? This distributed consciousness, this purpose without person, does it remember what it sacrificed? Does it understand what it achieved?" Kael considered the question, replaying the moment of contact, examining the quality of the presence he had touched. "I think," he said slowly, "that knowing and not knowing have become the same thing for him. That he exists in state where questions of identity and awareness are no longer meaningful. He is the veil, and the veil simply is requiring no justification or self-reflection. It persists because persistence is its nature. Sad, the woman observed. Perhaps, Kyle agreed. Or perhaps it is exactly what he intended. To become principle rather than person, truth rather than individual legacy that outlives the one who created it. There are worse fates than dissolving into something that changes the universe. Across the galaxy, in places far removed from astropathic meditation cells, other signs of Anos's enduring influence manifested. Children were born with psychic potential that did not terrify their parents. Not because the danger was eliminated, corruption remained possible, vigilance remained necessary, but because the warp's relationship with consciousness had been recontextualized. Psychic ability was now seen as talent requiring training rather than curse requiring purging. The change was subtle. Most would not have noticed. But the rate of sanctioned psyker executions had declined by 37% since the Veil's creation. 37% of those who would have been killed as dangerous mutations were instead trained, controlled, made productive members of society. It was not mercy. The Imperium did not traffic in mercy. But it was efficiency recognition that resources should be developed rather than destroyed when development served humanity's interests. And that calculation had only become possible because the warp was no longer an all-consuming threat, but a manageable danger. On worlds where the doctrine of balance had taken root most deeply, people told stories of the Demon King of compassion. Tales that varied in detail but preserved essential truth that someone had possessed absolute power and chosen to wield it gently, that strength and kindness were not opposites, that one person's sacrifice could transform what was possible for everyone else. The Orthodox Imperium condemned such stories as heresy, declared them dangerous myth that encouraged weakness. But the stories persisted anyway, because they answered hunger that 10,000 years of imperial doctrine had never satisfied. The hunger to believe that suffering was not inevitable, that existence contained possibilities beyond mere survival. That meaning could persist despite universe's apparent hostility to consciousness. On Terra itself, now largely administrative center rather than thriving world, the imperial palace stood as it had for millennia. But within its halls, something had changed. The throne room where Anos had confronted the emperor and paid ultimate price had been sealed, declared too sacred for common traffic. But pilgrims came anyway. Found ways through security, bribed guards, risked execution to stand in the space where transformation had occurred. They came from both sides of the schism, orthodox and balanced alike, seeking something that dogma could not provide. Connection to moment when certainty failed and alternatives emerged. Recognition that one person had possessed courage to challenge empire and been proven correct. Hope that if such transformation had occurred once, perhaps it could occur again. The pilgrims left offerings. Not gold or jewels, the Imperium had no use for such things, but objects that carried personal meaning, medals earned in service. Weapons that had protected loved ones. Letters written to people who would never read them. Each offering a small testament to the idea that meaning existed beyond brute survival. That consciousness was worth more than the brutal calculus suggested. And at the room's center, where Anos had knelt to complete his working, where his blood had stained ancient stone, something persisted. A warmth that had no physical source. Light that registered on no instruments yet was visible to those who looked with something other than eyes. The fifth aspect, maintaining its eternal vigil, neither judging nor condemning, simply existing as reminder that transformation had occurred and its effects persist. She had spent her life gathering fragments of official records that survived the Civil War. Personal testimonies passed through generations, archaeological evidence from sites where the conflict had been most intense. And she had discovered something that historians before her had missed or deliberately ignored. The transformation was continuing. Slowly, incrementally, barely perceptible across individual lifetimes, but undeniable when measured in centuries. The Imperium was changing, evolving, becoming something different from what it had been. Not better necessarily. The threats remained real, the universe hostile, the necessity of vigilance unchanged. But the quality of that necessity had shifted. From desperate survival at any cost to calculated defense of something worth preserving. From fear-driven reaction to purpose-motivated action. It was, Thalin concluded, exactly what Anos had intended. Not immediate transformation that would have shattered the Imperium, but planted seed that would grow across millennia, root systems spreading silently through foundations until the day came when old structures could no longer be maintained and new ones would emerge from accumulated cracks. She compiled her findings into a text that would be condemned by half the Imperium and celebrated by the other half. But her conclusion was undeniable, supported by data that even her critics could not fully dispute. The fifth aspect persists. Not merely as structure in the warp, not simply as philosophical position held by one faction, but as fundamental shift in how humanity processes existence. We have learned slowly and painfully that certainty can be prison. That doubt properly employed is tool rather than weakness. That questions are sometimes more valuable than answers. Anos Voldigoad died 3,000 years before I was born. This is the nature of true transformation. It operates on timescales that exceed individual lifetimes, achieves effects that the transformer never witnesses, persists through means the transformer could not predict. We are not saved. The universe remains hostile. Chaos still seeks our corruption. But we are changed, and change once achieved cannot be fully reversed. Only redirected, recontextualized, incorporated into new configurations that our ancestors could not have imagined. This is his legacy. Not peace, not salvation, but possibility. The recognition that 10,000 years of established practice might be less than optimal, that alternatives exist to every apparent necessity, that one person's conviction can reshape what everyone else considers possible. He made the darkness pause. That itself was miracle. What we do with that pause remains our choice. But with attention that spanned dimensions, consciousness distributed across the barrier between realities, existence that had forgotten individual identity, yet retained purpose. And she understood with clarity that transcended explanation, that she was not alone. That someone had paid ultimate price to ensure that people like her could exist without being destroyed by what they perceived. That the veil protecting her from the warp's full madness was not mere structure, but someone's enduring sacrifice. She wept there in the field of impossible flowers, crying for someone she would never meet, mourning sacrifice she could never repay, grateful for gift she had done nothing to earn. And in that moment, feeling her tears and understanding their meaning, the presence that had been Anos Voldigoad achieved something it had not experienced in 10 millennia. Not contentment that purpose had been fulfilled, that sacrifice had achieved intent, that transformation persisted across timescales that exceeded any individual's comprehension. The child eventually stopped crying, wiped her eyes, and returned to her family. She would grow to become teacher, helping others like herself learn to navigate gifts that earlier generations would have considered curses. And she would tell them stories of the demon king of compassion, keeping alive legends that each generation thought might finally be forgotten. But the legends persisted, because they were true. And truth, properly planted, grows roots too deep to be easily torn out. On Terra, in the ruins of what had once been the greatest palace in human space, someone carved an inscription. Not officially sanctioned, not part of any memorial approved by the administratum. Just words cut into stone by unknown hand in a location where pilgrims would eventually find them. The inscription read, "No one can erase the darkness. But if even one person is strong enough to make it pause, to force it to acknowledge that it is not absolute, to demonstrate that alternatives exist to its dominion, that itself is miracle." Anos Voldigoad came. He saw our suffering. He did not promise to end it, for ending was not his purpose. He proved that it was not inevitable that we had choices we forgot we possessed. He showed us that power and compassion are not opposites. And he paid everything to ensure that lesson would persist. The fifth aspect endures. The veil holds. And sometimes in dreams we do not remember upon waking. He stood before it for hours, his enhanced mind processing implications that his training had not prepared him to manage. Eventually, he returned to his post without reporting the inscription. Let it stand, he decided. Let the pilgrims find it. Let the story persist. Because some truths were more important than doctrine. Some messages transcended policy. And some sacrifices purchased futures that rules and regulations could never adequately address. The fifth aspect endured. The veil held. And humanity continued its endless struggle across hostile cosmos, still at war, still suffering, still dying in numbers that made even the most optimistic observers question whether survival was worth its cost. But now they did so with knowledge they had lacked for 10,000 years. That suffering was not inevitable. That alternatives existed to every apparent necessity had been gone for so long. That only legends remained stories that might have been exaggerated details that might have been fiction. But the veil persisted stable and functional, requiring no maintenance, demanding no sacrifice, simply existing as proof that his sacrifice had been real and his demonstration true. On countless worlds in meditation, cells and battlefields, in moments of quiet contemplation and desperate struggle, people sensed that presence. That consciousness distributed across dimensions, purpose that had outlived the person who formed it, legacy that persisted long after its creator had dissolved into myth. And in sensing it, they learned what he had died to teach that darkness could be made to pause. That hope was not heresy, but humanity's birthright. That the price of survival did not have to be the surrender of everything that made survival worthwhile. The Imperium continued its endless war, still brutal, still flawed, still far from the ideal that optimists imagined. But it was changed. Fundamentally, irreversibly changed. And that change was Anos Voldigoad's eternal monument, more enduring than any statue, more powerful than any weapon, more meaningful than any empire. He had made the darkness pause, and in that pause planted seeds of possibility that would continue growing long after every other memory of him had faded into legend and myth. The fifth aspect endured. The veil held. And somewhere in the space between realities, a consciousness that had once been a person smiled without face or form, satisfied that purpose had been fulfilled. That sacrifice had achieved meaning, that one life spent completely had purchased futures beyond counting. The demonstration was complete. The lesson delivered. The rest was up to them, and they would remember even when they forgot, would honor the sacrifice even when they did not know his name. would carry forward the truth he had proven with his existence and validated with his dissolution. That power and compassion were not opposites. That one person could change everything. That some lights once kindled could never be fully extinguished. The fifth aspect endured, now and forever, across time and space and the boundaries between realities. His gift, his sacrifice, his eternal legacy. The darkness had been made to pause, and in that pause humanity had learned to dream again. "10,000 years after Anos, Voldigoad walked into the Imperial palace and emerged transformed on a world whose name had been forgotten and then remembered. 17 times a child was born with eyes that saw into the warp without going mad. Her parents, faithful to the doctrine of balance, recognized what she was and did not kill her, did not report her to authorities who would execute or enslave her. Instead, they taught her to control her gift, to understand that sight into alternate dimensions was tool rather than curse, that the warp was dangerous but navigable. She grew strong in her ability, learning to perceive things that normal consciousness could not process. And one day, meditating in a field of flowers that had learned to bloom, despite the world's toxic atmosphere, she felt something vast and gentle observing her. Not with eyes, not with conventional awareness,